usually that way. We were singing this hands and knees. That way it would take me out of the picture.
Does this one adjust, Brad, when you speak?
It does. Yeah,
All right, I'd like to call the February 3rd, 2025 County Commission meeting to order with self-pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So Seth, I guess you're up first.
Okay, so I understand you guys are interested in possibly some new chairs. I did send over some information. I guess the style of chair that I had sent over, maybe wasn't exactly what you were after.
Yeah, I think we want something similar to what we have here.
Yeah, so I don't have a lot of options. I do have two options for you. That's a traditional chair, like what you have is becoming harder and harder to find, just with the way styles are changing and things like that. So I do have two options. I just wanted to show you those here real quick.
Black shoe polish, I'll take care of it.
And I made a printout here, but the colors are not real good, so I brought my iPad here.
Okay.
So basically, that's the same chair. It comes in a real dark brown and a real dark gray. And if you swipe that, then you can see the other color.
That's not a removable cushion on bottom.
No, they're all
Okay.
fixed cushions.
Okay.
It does have the same type of adjustments like you have now for the height and the tension for the tilt. My concern is kind of what's happening is the height of this.
We're looking at shimming this up
Okay.
so that clears.
Yeah, because that would help not get it tore up as easy.
Okay.
So that's one chair. And the other chair, and this is a vendor I'm not working with yet, so I don't have a lot of information, but would be this chair right here. So and we can check dimensions if you want, just to see. Now that first chair is going to be a little higher than what you have, which wouldn't be a problem. As you can tell, you guys are not hitting the back of the chair anyways.
Yeah.
So the height might be a little better. But I didn't know if you like that style or if that color. I mean, I know these chairs are black. Kind of ties it all together, but even the other two colors, with what you have going on in here would blend fine.
Well, we got those chairs, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. I think that's it right there.
Pretty close.
Well, it's close, yeah.
Pretty close. Brown or gray? Gray. Dark gray.
Brown or gray, is that what you're saying?
Dark gray.
It's a real dark gray.
Dark gray.
Hmm?
I would think dark gray would.
I would say dark gray more than brown.
Because you got gray in your carpet
Mm.
and it would blend with the black fine.
And the walls are gray.
I'm gonna find a chair.
Do you want to compare the sizing so you can kind of see what the different, I brought a tape measure and we can look?
Yeah.
So on the back of that printout, Jack, on the one to your right, I have some dimensions there.
Okay.
So probably the most important, is probably the seat dimensions.
You're trying to say we're.
Yeah, arms are a little wider. Is that what you're saying?
That's what affects you the most.
We're the middle age spread, not old age spread.
So this seat dimension is 18 inches. On this chair, it's gonna be 17 and a half, so it's very close.
Gotta go on the side.
The depth. This chair is 19, I believe that one's 19 and a half, so yeah, it's very close. And this is the inside height. Or about 24 inches, actually that one's 21, so it's actually, makes sense. because with the adjustment, the max height we can go is 49.5. Right now, we're sitting at 45, so it's gonna put you up a little higher.
Yeah.
You know, this,
But the key is you can't really go higher until you get this
Till
higher,
we get this
right,
right, which would be a lot more comfortable for you.
yeah, because well, the top of this, the bottom of the top, what tears up these arms right here. And these are what tear up our legs.
Plus, yeah, if you're sitting a little higher, it's gonna be a lot more comfortable for you too, which you can't do with your current setup.
Yeah, we don't want to get new chairs and just tear them up like these.
Right.
Okay, what kind of price do we have on this?
So, again, I don't have pricing on that one yet, because that's a vendor I'm not working with. I'm trying to work with them to give you another option, just because I don't have any other sources. This chair, your price on this chair would be $7.99 per chair. So, pretty reasonable chair. And we do offer a commercial discount for, this type of setting. So that's the discounted price.
That is the discounted price.
That is, yeah. The normal price is $9.99. What we would sell day in, day out, but our discount price is the $7.99. Now, I can try to get information on that other chair if you would like.
This, ours.
Yes, you can keep that. Yeah,
Let me make a copy of that page now.
sure. So it's the top left there, so.
I'm getting pretty comfortable. There's about 4 years worth of. After Steve
Wear and
said
tear.
it. Steve said it.
Nice, very nice.
Well, and if you have problems,
It's now fitting me now, so.
we can service the stuff for you if you have any issues with it, so.
Did we do the desk back there?
Kathy gave me the go-ahead on the desk.
Okay. And what about her chair? She was gonna go
She
look.
was gonna go down.
She did. She came down.
Come
And picked one out, and we got it all over, so the desk, we bring it all at once. She didn't need cabinets or anything.
Yeah, what do we decide on this?
I don't think there's been a decision on those.
Let's think about that.
That's fine. Yeah, not a problem.
See how many we actually need.
So 3 will fit in that spot.
3 will.
3 will fit, that's 42 inches wide, will fill that space. I mean, it leaves, I forget exactly, but, a foot or so.
Right.
Towards the wall on the other end, but
Did we get that file cabinet unlocked that was back there? Is it empty? Cause she wants you to put her stuff in there.
I think she needs a full size. I talked to her the other day and she thinks she's gonna need a full size.
now that desk that we ordered will have
2 drawers.
2
for the one.
drawers, 2 file drawers.
Probably similar to what we have now.
Mhm.
Well, actually, no, we just did the one. It's a box file, so 2 storage boxes, 2 storage drawers, and then the bottom drawer is a file, yeah. And with the file cabinets, we had, just to explain them to you here, what I quoted was, it's a 5 drawer, so it's taller than what you have. And just so you understand, the top drawer space is a pull-out storage for binders. Because you can't put files that high, can't see in it,
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
and it gets top heavy.
Yeah.
So that top one is just a pull-out for 3-ring binders
Stuff like
that
that.
you push in straight instead of looking down in like a hanging file.
Gotcha, okay.
And that file cabinet I quoted one that halfway up, it has a pull-out drawer, so you can sit things on it as you're filing, just to make it a little more easy. Because the height is what
That's nice.
causes that, so. Yeah, that's something that's.
I probably won't be able to see in the 4th drawer.
Yeah, I understand. Might have to get Chad or somebody to help you.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what I did quote for those. But yeah, 3 of them would fit in that space, 42 inches wide, 5 drawer high. So,
We're gonna look at that and give it a shot.
Yeah, that's fine, that's something that's not, those are pretty, they stay in stock and
Yeah.
don't change, but, so.
We just understand that they just hold more files horizontally than they do the other way.
I believe so,
That's what we've been told. So
yes, and now,
we're trying to shrink, make room for her and shrink down that one whole section of files over there, put them all on that one side. It gives her a little more room in there.
so something Kathy and I talked about after you left the other day, so currently you have a deep file.
Mhm.
These are only 18.5 inches deep, so it'll be back against that wall more to give you more space in that room. More fileage, less space. So,
Keep in mind too, that if we do something soon with that LCMB building, and move the prosecutor's office over here and all of us over there, there's gonna have to be reconfiguration and, we're probably gonna have to replace a lot of office
Well,
furniture.
when that time comes, if you need help, we can help with layout, we can help with ideas, trying to figure out what you have currently and how to make it all work together. And yeah, that's a service we can offer, so.
So I think Brad's had that desk since third grade, so.
So yes, we'd be more than welcome to try to help you with that.
Okay, thank you. If you can give us the price on that other chair and we'll make the decision.
Yes, and so would you want me to email something?
Please email
I sent Kathy, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
Okay, great. Appreciate your work on this.
We appreciate the opportunity,
All
so,
right.
yeah, thank you.
All right, we have these two guys that break down the door and get in here somehow, some way. They wanted to talk to us about something on, what's going
Ross County, Ohio.
Right.
I'm
on. Running.
Oh, you can send it to me.
That's what it is.
It's all yours. Well,
Thanks.
well, I'm Jimmy Van Zant, Bar Pardon, Buckskin Township. I guess while we're here, I won't take up a whole lot of time, but, as you know, just like everybody else, we're in pretty dire straits as far as our roads go. So, we've got 46 miles of road. We've had quite a bit of neglect the last 20 to 25 years. We've got kind of some plans for this year. We're looking to spend about $360,000. We got a little bit of paving that we're gonna do, but mainly that money is for chip and seal. And what we did last fall was came in and skim coated spots that were bad. Basically, what we're trying to do is do our best to save our roads with what we have to work with. We have so many roads that just flat need to be paved, but, so I guess our thoughts are, we do have plans for a building. Our equipment is shot. We have no building, for inside work or anything, storage, nothing. So we do have a few plans for that. We actually took out a USDA loan for a new plow truck, last fall because our trucks are shot. And we have a small loan through John Deere that we bought a small excavator so we could ditch and replace culverts and all that. We've struggled looking for grants. We've met the one gal at the Christmas party that spoke. And so, hopefully our fiscal officer has sent her some stuff. So, I guess our thoughts are, there's no way we can catch up, period. So we're asking, is there anything that you guys can do for us or point us in the right direction? Anything, because we kind of need money.
We're talking.
Well,
That's what's wrong. That's,
I don't know what's available. I don't know your situation. I mean, we'd be tickled with anything, to be honest with you. I don't know if you guys would be willing to, $300,000, how we would pay that back or what.
we gave other townships, we gave Jefferson and Paxton.
I believe it was Paxton.
We gave them a loan, 0 interest loan for 5 years.
Yeah.
We can see if we can work something out with that.
That would be great. I mean, that frees up a little capital for us to
Right.
keep working and doing other things.
You get a certain amount of income from solar farm a year out.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I think for some reason 44,000 sits in our mind. It honestly doesn't seem like much compared to what some of the other townships are getting, but I don't know. I think they're partially up and running now, but I don't know if the next check will be prorated or, we really don't know what's going on with it. So not really.
Figure how those checks
They
work, but I
didn't.
know that,
We didn't get a check from Yellow Bud until it was up and running.
right. And that was the year after they were.
And I,
Well, they say they'll be up and running in April. But if you go down 41, I mean, they're moving with the sun now.
That's what I thought, because I was out there the other day. I was out, matter of fact, I went back there twice. And one time it was this way, and next time they were.
Yeah.
Killing it. So,
We don't know if that's test or if that's operation, so.
Right.
yeah.
I would think that-
But our main goal with the money really is, and we do have some set aside for our building and stuff like that, that we're working hard to try to get the price down on. Because once you do blueprints and get it passed, the price skyrocketed on us and we're not sure what we're doing yet, but we want to put that money towards our roads. And we've had a lot of complaints, and fair enough, I mean, we honestly would like to do more paving, but, you're looking $130,000 compared to, we'll skim coat and then 16,000 for a good chip and seal. So,
Yeah, let us talk about it. Like I said, we've done this for townships in the past, so.
Yeah.
It's not like, I'm breaking new ground with this ass.
Yeah.
So,
so we can, like I said, we can see if we can try to work out like $300,000 for you guys. Give you a 0 interest loan for 5 years.
that would be great.
So we can work.
Whatever you guys think. And we're, like I said, we'll still work through that gal that,
Yeah.
we just don't, everywhere we look for grants, we don't. It's a dead end. I don't know.
She does a pretty good job.
Yeah,
Kim Hardesty is her name.
that's it. Yeah, yes. Okay. We do appreciate it.
she does a good job, so we'll keep looking there, and the sooner you get the money, the sooner you get, things happening.
Yeah. Which we're good shape now. We got things happening, but there's a lot more we can do.
Okay.
So we do appreciate it.
Okay.
Is it something we need to come back in and talk to you later, or
Kathy?
what do you need us to do?
Do you have a plan put together of what you want to do that maybe you could present?
We can.
Um,
Do we need to bring that here? Bring it here to the meeting?
Or you can just email it in and then we can get it
Okay.
scheduled.
Sure. Yeah.
You can email it in and we can go from there.
Yeah.
Then we'll contact you, get you on the schedule again.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Good seeing you.
What email address we send that to?
Let me write it
You can
down.
run it. I'll send it to you and I'll make sure everybody gets it.
Got it.
Thank you.
Bet you guys.
Does that grader work? It's,
Yes.
Yeah, we kept it running,
stick it in
We
there.
need to get it back inside, but yeah. It's not worth anything, but that sucker, when you need it, is worth its weight in gold. So yeah, we got it running.
We left it set outside for the winter because Charlie Ortman supplies us with a tractor to load the salt with.
Yeah.
And we feel like we need to get inside.
Yeah, that's okay.
We appreciate you taking care of this with it.
He's taking care of us.
Yeah,
So he's
he does.
nice to work with.
Good job.
Yeah, I know we was out there looking for Garmin's and had that, putting that storage in that road that nobody knew he was existing until we got out.
Yeah.
That one street whatever street that was, it went across railroad tracks.
Yeah.
Everybody thought it was that one that was
Around the house.
28 around that house, but it wasn't. It was the one that went across railroad tracks.
Right. Yeah.
He was out there with us.
Yep. I've been there. Yeah, we actually have 3 little roads like that right there in Linden.
Mm-hmm.
One just goes back to a house, a single house, and then that one that you're talking about around Junior Simmons's house. And then the other one we actually use that goes back towards the grader.
Okay.
Ortman was going to try to give them to the landowners of the property, the houses, and I haven't heard any more about
Well,
it.
because that one that goes around the house right there on the curve.
Yeah.
Part of his driveway or pole barn or garage, something like that, sitting on township property.
Half of it is, yeah.
Yeah.
That will work something out, so we don't have to deal with it, so you guys will have to deal with it. Because that's, a school bus turns around in there or something.
That's kind of why that landowner wanted to keep it that way, because if it ends up a private drive, then they won't, he figures it's not safe enough with that curve
Right.
to stop a bus. And he's like, I'd rather leave that as the public road so they can come in there and turn.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. Whatever figure something out on that other, we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Guys.
Good seeing you. Thanks.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
I'll second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Bills for the week. Again, heavy on the money allocation, $544,801.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye. And then now, $79,437.04.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye. Appropriation of funds from the CD General Division and Common Pleas, General Project. Other expense, $300.
Well, yeah, I think the biggest, they were.
We want to transfer fund too.
From the court administration to general project.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
So, that means it's out.
Here we all stay around, so you get the government out of it.
Appropriation for funds from commissioners, jobs and family services, from general fund to the job and family services for $2,500,000.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Did you hear how much?
Commissioners to the law library, we discussed this last week, for advertising and printing for the law library, $62,000. Second, all in favor, say aye.
Because at home, we get a 10.
Asset disposal from the auditor's office, 3 old printers, or 5 old printers, 3 computers.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Get them with the meetings too.
Yeah, that's the next meeting. You got that thing from Jordan about the interest.
Yeah.
Putting the interest debt collected for the courts into a special account. Yeah, this is the resolution.
Yeah.
Jordan said we already have an agreement. All we need is that
Yeah.
resolution.
We would agree with the AG.
If they use, so we have to.
Yep, so the motion to accept this resolution,
So moved. What resolution?
006-25. Commissioner, that interest that is due on certificates of judgment issued by the clerk is heretofore notice be and hereby authorized to be deposited in our computerization.
I was gonna ask you. Because that's for delinquent fines out. Am I right?
Right. The interest are.
What if they ran that through 2 judges from each court?
Well, I think there was already an agreement in place when Tom.
Okay, so moved.
This is just simply,
Just.
basically updating that.
Okay.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I said, well, probably negotiating on price.
We have the Webco Wellness Grant Agreement, $1,000 for administrative funds, $16,140 subtotal to us. Second, all in favor, say aye.
Morning, good morning.
Morning.
Are we ready to caucus? Good.
Not gonna bring it in, we're just doing the more short stuff.
Is this OVRBC? How are you?
Yeah.
I'm getting out.
You're good now.
My best. Well, I mean, you never know how bad the traffic's gonna be. Understand? Well, that's all. Give me your license plate and I'll hook you up with an extra road.
This is a release for satisfaction of mortgage.
Good.
I lost it.
So she paid it off. Good. Morning.
Morning.
Morning. Second, all in favor?
Oh, no kidding.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Very good.
For now, yeah.
We're done for business.
Is this your pen or is this their pen? Oh, send it over. I just want to make sure this is still someone's pen.
So we are live.
Straight up.
Ma'am. I need more.
Somebody else can sign in.
And your back's towards the camera.
We go right over there. I'm gonna see if you can sit in every chair.
Musical chairs.
Opposite side settle now.
How's that?
All right, this is 9:30. I'd like to call the Monday, February 3rd, 2025, WRDC Ross County Caucus first round meeting to order.
Thank you. If you don't mind, we'll start with introductions. Just- I know we've got some new representatives, new faces.
I'm Jack Everson, the Ross County Commissioner.
My turn. I'm Jim Lowe. I'm Ross County Commissioner.
Stephanie Gilbert, I'm the Executive Director at Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission.
Carrie Richardson, Development Coordinator at OVRDC.
Brad Kennedy, I'm the Southeast Regional Director for Attorney General Dave Yost.
Liz Jack with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Michael Perkins, Congressman Dave Taylor's office.
I am Julie Stevens, and I'm the Southeast Regional Director for Senator Bernie Moreno.
Tiffany Lee Master, Ross County Economic Development.
Mike Throne, Chillicothe Ross Chamber of Commerce.
Susan Gerhart, OVRDC Loan Committee and Kingston National Bank.
Shannon Nichols, Joint Secretary with OVRDC.
I'm Ashley Kelly with the USDA Rural Development Office out of Hillsborough, Ohio.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Sam Dragana with the Mayor's Partnership for Progress.
Welcome, everyone. We're gonna get started with your packets here. Right behind the agenda, you have the full commission membership for Ross County. So the first thing we need to do is just update that. I realize that Mr. Glass has replaced Mr. Garrett, correct? So we will get his information updated. And then I think on the website it says, Jack, you're president now?
Correct.
Yes. Vice president and
Here.
have there been any other changes as you look down through the membership?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Donald Crawley still the mayor of Bainbridge. On the back of the page is the committee members. So that all looks same as far as I'm aware. Okay, if something comes up as we move through this, you can just interrupt us or let us know at the end if you see anything else that needs changed, phone numbers, emails, anything like that. So the next thing we're gonna do is go through and choose your representatives to executive committee and other committees. And what we'll do is we'll take nominations and then we'll approve it all at once at the end if that's okay with you guys. So first up, we will need from the left-hand side, the elected side, we will need to choose well, I guess first of all, we need to choose the caucus chair. Currently, that is Jack. So we would just need a nomination to who wants to be caucus chair moving forward from the elected side.
Everybody's jumping right on board on that. I'll make Jack.
Jack?
Everybody's jumping on board.
Okay, then from the non-elected side, currently, you have Tom White as your representative for executive committee. And Tom did email and say that he could not be here today, but he was willing to continue to serve if so chosen.
I'm gonna do that.
You nominate.
Yes.
All right, then the cities, so you have currently Luke Feeney, Mayor of Chillicothe.
I will nominate.
Then on the back of your sheet, the project review committee member is currently Tammy Lombardo. She's not here to stand up for herself if she doesn't want it, so
So she gets,
that's, yeah. And revolving loan fund member, Susan, has been doing it for a number of years.
Still want to do it?
I told him I would, one more year,
Yes.
yeah,
Only one more?
maybe.
Susan does a great job. All right, so for this we have, for the elected member, Jack and Luke. And then non-elected side, we have Tom White. And if you notice here, you have Mal Payne as the minority representative. I don't think we have to do anything with that. He is red and he's on executive committee because he is chosen by the minority caucus, which will be held later this month. So you don't have to do anything with that. And then we have Tammy Leonardo for project review committee and Susan Gearhart for revolving loan committee member. So we would just need a first, and a second.
I'll make that note.
Want to do the vote? All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Any opposed, same sign? Okay, so we're accepting that as presented. And then everything that is voted on today will be have final approval at our March full commission meeting in Portsmouth, and then those will become effective January 1st. So that takes us down to item 3, which is our program highlights. I will say that there is a contact sheet if you saw something that's not correct, and you just want to fill that out and give it back to us.
Okay, the next page in your packet, the Appalachian Regional Commission. This is just a short one-pager about ARC and our grant program. The QR code will take you to our webpage. And then our timeline for this funding round, which hopefully stays as we have it, is at the bottom of this page. We're still going to continue with this timeline. As of now, if there's any changes, we'll let you know. There's nothing on the back of that sheet, but if you need any ARC questions, just get a hold of me. The green sheet following that is our EDA, Economic Development Administration. Eli Cole handles this program now in our office. So if you have any projects that you think would fit an EDA, get a hold of him. And on the back are just some projects that we funded in the past with EDA to give you an idea of what they look for. EDA did get reauthorized this past year. It was the first time in 40 years. It's been a long time. So they've been reauthorized. There's some changes possibly to the program coming, positive changes. So we'll keep everyone posted on that as well.
Let me just say, as we move through these programs and we say Eli's over this program, Carrie's over, there is, the next to last sheet is a listing of our staff. So if you want to reference that as we say things. The blue sheet, Regional Transportation Planning Organization. So we serve as that as the RTPO for district, for our region, except for Claremont County. We have a couple programs I want to tell you guys about today. The Transportation Study Program. We've been doing this for about 7 years now. And basically what we do is we set aside a small portion of our planning dollars each year and we put out an RFP. And if you have, say you need a speed study or a safety study or a school travel plan or anything transportation related, you can submit a proposal to this program and possibly we will choose you and give you a consultant to get that completed. It's a great first step to getting a project moving in and getting ready for funding to complete that project. Jacob Taylor in our office handles all of the transportation now. So if you have any questions about anything transportation related, reach out to him. There is a lot going on right now. We also have the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program. We are not sure exactly what the future holds for that. Each year, or not each year, every 2 years, we have been assigned money through the transportation budget. So we're kind of waiting right now to see what happens for 26 and 27. But we are still, moving forward and trying to be prepared and choosing projects for that. So there will be applications going out for this in the spring, so just be on the lookout for that. I will also say that projects have to be included in our long-range transportation plan to be eligible for this money. So if you have a project coming up, now is the time to get it on that list. We're gonna be finalizing that list in the next few weeks, and then you won't be able to add anything for the next 2 years. So again, reach out to Jacob if you have anything not in here, but we are in the process of updating our 2050 long-range transportation plan. So you may see stuff about that, and we appreciate it if you would participate, so that we make sure that, your county is well represented in that plan, and, we're moving transportation projects forward in the region, so.
You have a deadline date for submitting?
Yeah, it was about 2 weeks ago, but we need to get projects on there, so if you have something, I know that in your county, Jacob has talked to Charlie, and so
Okay.
Jacob has been reaching out to anybody that we haven't heard from. At the county level and at the city level, we can't reach out to every village and everybody. But at the county and city level, we are reaching out. If you haven't reached out to us and saying, hey, do you want anything added? Because now's the time.
Jimmy and Mark went too early. Jimmy and Mark went too early.
Yeah, they have to really.
They passed the Buckskin Township.
Oh, well, yeah, reach out and let them know.
Yeah.
The sheet behind that is about our coordinated public transit and human services plan. This is something new that we've only been doing in our office for just a little over a year now, but ODOT was seeking to regionalize that, and we were chosen to do that. So we have Marlena Hopkins in our office is working closely with the county mobility managers and transit operators to get that plan updated. So if you have any transit issues, reach out to Marlena. Behind that is just our services brochure that kind of tells a little bit about what we do and the programs that we can assist with. So if you see something on there, reach out. If you don't see it on there, reach out and we can tell you who to contact to help you with whatever your issue is. Revolving loan fund program is the next sheet. We have close to $1 million available right now in revolving loan funds. So if you have any small businesses that are needing equipment or looking to move into the area or anything like that, have them reach out. We can talk through the process with them, try to help them get their project done and hopefully create jobs. Just behind that sheet is a District 15 map. Ohio Public Works Commission. If you're not aware, Ohio Public Works is funded through bonds. That issue is going to be on the ballot in May. This is very important. I think the county engineer and city people would tell you that a lot of infrastructure, a lot of roads only get repaid because of this program. It's very, very vital that we get it passed. So we put this map together just to kind of show, since its inception, Ross has had 112 projects funded through this program. So I just try to make everybody aware to watch for that on the ballot and let people know that it's really important to our communities. Behind that is the NRAC, which is the Natural Resource Assistance Council. Eli Cole runs this in our office. I know we have had an excess of funds the last few years and having trouble getting projects to get that money out the door. So look this over, and if you have any questions, reach out to Eli.
The following page is just a fact sheet put out from the Governor's Office of Appalachia. It's lists, our office deals directly with the ARC Area Development Program, but they also have other programs too that go directly federal. So this kind of gives you a rundown of those, which would be Power, Inspire, and Arise. They're 3 initiatives through ARC. We also help you with your applications if you plan to apply to those programs, but instead of coming to us like area development, go straight to federal. So this is just a little bit about those programs and the governor's office. And then also on the back is more about county designations, which is where your match rate comes from, how to apply, and an outlay of all the Appalachian counties in Ohio. The following sheet, RCAP, RCAP, we always put this in here because we work really closely with RCAP. So what RCAP helps us with is we currently do not have the capacity to grant write for communities or to package funding. So we will send them to RCAP. RCAP services are free because they're paid, as long as they're water and wastewater projects, they're paid for by the Ohio Water Development Authority, EPA, and there's some others in there that fund RCAP. So RCAP's able to actually work with communities to put their funding package together, actually write their applications. And then if they see ARC funding as a fit, they'll come to us to package ARC into the package as well. So, and RCAP's really good too. They'll work with communities on utility structures and payments and help them with identifying rate changes and things like that that they need to make their sustainable utilities. So we always put their one pager in here, and then also on the back is a list of their special trainings for 2025. And I want to really highlight utility manager boot camp and fiscal officer boot camp. Those are super important, especially small communities. They really need those. So these are some that they're offering. I highly encourage people to take advantage of them.
The next sheet is to sign up for our OBRDC newsletter. If you're not getting that, we send out a lot of great information. You can fill this out and hand it back to us, or send an email to snichols@OBRDC. I can't talk today. If you want to get on that e-newsletter. Behind that is our staff list. I think it's pretty close to the same as last year. We did add a new development specialist, Candy Cox. She is working closely with the Ross County Appalachian Community Grant Program projects that we're administering in our office. So I just want to make you aware of that. Jacob Taylor is back as transportation planning specialist. He took my old job, but that's all of our contact information. I will say we are out and about a lot. Email is a lot of times the quickest way to get a hold of us, but feel free to try to call, or whatever works best for you. The last page of the packet is the save the date. The March full commission meeting will be Friday, March 28th. And that is going to be in the Martins building in Portsmouth. And if you have not been in that building, it is gorgeous. I highly recommend you come. I'm sure there will be some yummy food as well. And I believe Andrew Graff, who is a local business owner down there, and he's really working on development, he's going to be speaking to us about what he's doing down there. So I think that will all be good. I will say that we have a couple of visitors. Ashley from USDA is here. They have some great programs, and if you have any questions about those, he is going to be around for a few minutes afterwards, and you can catch him and ask him what they've got going on and what they can help you with. And then we have Sam Jurgina from the Mayor's Partnership for Progress. Do you have anything you want to share?
Just that we focus on Appalachian counties in Ohio. We have 25 now, several hundred municipalities are our members, and we're always looking to expand. So if you live in a Appalachian County and you think your town should join, call your mayor or call me and I'll call them for you. So let me know, and I have some informational packets here too if anyone's interested.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor's Partnership is doing great things to help communities. So definitely, if you're not working with them, I highly suggest that you do. I think that is all we have, sir.
Any other business for the good of the order? None. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Second? All right, we're staying. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thanks for coming, guys. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Oh, is that right? That's really fun.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, so I was taking notes.
We're back, right?
Nice to meet
Sounds like they could use. Take your right.
I'm gonna swing down to Pike County, same way.
That's where my laws are. I know.
Yeah, just so you can see what I wanted.
We've been
Let's see what I can. Yeah, the contact information for those two guys. And you can reach out to them.
As I said, I just pulled that sheet up.
Very anxious to see. This really hard.
Yeah, that's gonna have to see you.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Thank you so much.
I never did that either, so nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Michael Burton, Jeff Peters.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Expect things from him.
He's
doing a lot already, yeah.
Excellent from Clinton. Yeah, I started out working on these.
Pull on it.
Oh, okay.
Green County. But then in 1996, the government reorganized. Basically went through a closed farmers administration, created a rural development and farmer service agency. Farmers. Farmers breaking.
Nice to meet you.
Trying to get home to farm. That's the county.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good morning, Jeff Peterson.
Hey, Jack, Ashley Kelly. Please meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
With,
USDA rural development.
okay.
With the lending arm of USDA.
Hey, Commissioner, wanted to introduce myself. I'm Julie.
I'm Jim Lowe, how we doing?
You should. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, David's up here.
I've met him before.
And then we get into,
And I got on the appointment to, I'm gonna give y'all some meeting, I think it's like in February.
to a hospital.
I'm Julie Stevens.
I think the gentleman from the skin.
I'm coming
Yeah,
I'm
we
coming later in the month, because I know y'all are busy till then, so. Anyway, just wanted to say hey and.
Thank you. I'm gonna go see if I can find it.
Yeah. Yeah, we've actually,
There, how are you doing? Good to see you.
we've had a lot of, had a lot of business in sight. We've probably, almost every time.
Good, okay. I'm gonna locate that.
Just going down there.
Going out the door. Oh, yeah.
Do you ever have a township like association?
Association meeting, yeah.
Yeah.
Contact information.
Yeah, I do. Because those are, many times that's the easiest thing because you get everybody there one day.
Okay. We got a meeting with the president of the association later on.
Okay, I'll give you one of our fact sheets.
Okay.
We typically attend, and that's where I met the guys from Bucks again last year, was at the Ohio Township Trustees Association meeting, I think, Columbus.
Who did?
Did you have that?
I think she'll be back.
Okay.
Gather that game.
But there's a lot of,
I'm trying to catch up with him.
Yeah,
but I'm not.
things happen right
They were
now.
like-
I'm not running with, I'm not running down.
They were going out the door.
Stand
Yeah, I was like,
down.
Yeah.
Not to do outreach, but then.
Hold up, oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
We've got extra time today.
We'll wait till next week to see what's happening.
Well, I've been.
These are the two gentlemen that were in here.
Okay.
This is all of them.
Yeah, it's,
Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you so much.
it's maybe.
We'll be getting in contact with them. Thank you.
Term, but every time.
David didn't make it today. He's been on the job 2 weeks and he missed.
I missed the whole, missed the meeting, yeah.
It's massive change.
Yeah.
I adopted it.
When,
Elliot shakes back out.
when we have to have
Okay. Well, I'll get
tickets for,
Oh, yeah, you got it. It's March 15th, 14th, so you've got, we're not sold
Yeah,
out.
great. It was a pleasure meeting you.
And if you're with that,
Have a nice day.
that sheriff guy, you'll be all right.
maybe I'll talk to George about it.
There, that's what I. Or he'll try to have you buy his. Yeah.
Hey, Sal, how you
I
doing?
just said, I wasn't too bad last year. First one I ever been to, won a gun.
There you
Yeah,
go.
pretty good. It wasn't like Dave Taylor, of course, he won 6 or 7. Did he win 4?
He won several.
Yeah, I said, he won some.
He'll need him where he's at now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, was Jeff Laner at your meeting today?
No, he hasn't been up there yet this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe he's awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
You have a great day, guys.
You too. See you later.
Here's your Black History proclamation.
You already got it done? Pretty quick.
The Queen's proclamation.
You didn't start this job yesterday.
Gentleman that was in the back there, he gave Buckskin Township a loan to buy that piece of equipment that they had last year.
Okay.
And, so I want to give Jim this too, to give out at the association meeting next, township association meeting.
Because we don't think we're gonna get it. Like it.
Oh, okay. Where's this going? Who are you presenting this to? That's,
Adrian, probably.
proclamation for Black History Month.
Do you want my black pen?
Mm-hmm.
Send that motion.
Go move.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
I don't have my black pen. Somebody
Oh,
had to
black
return my
pen.
black pen.
Yeah, I was about ready to ruin this.
Somebody's a pony again.
I got black pen.
Like that.
You can probably hold on to that if you want David to sign it when it's gone.
Yeah. I got that. He's gonna say, you don't, alone, he wants free money.
So, Jim?
Yeah.
Information from there is ownership. Got the free money request right there. I have a current agricultural use validation renewal application to the Ross County Board of Commissioners. Parcel number 370-907-035000, 59.43 acres. And for parcel 370-908-15800 for 93.5.
No, I wouldn't. I
That's
was,
airport farmland. Airport.
oh, so moved.
Okay, second, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
I don't know what I was thinking. I was reading something else about that somebody sent to us again. Department of Justice.
Oh. Mhm.
Yeah, this is, there's nowhere on here, so this is for the airport. It's got the parcel on it, but it doesn't say it's for.
So I read that. Get very quiet in here if you can hear a clock ticking.
Yeah. I had one in my office, I had to take it out. I couldn't take it.
This really is watching the grass grow. Real estate tax exemption and remission, this is for 2 North Paint Street.
That's for the courthouse.
Yeah.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. We don't have to do one of them each year, do we?
I think that might be the one for the LCMP thing. We have to do the ones for the airport every year.
Okay.
This is for the LCMP.
So he's only doing half of it, but now we can do the whole thing.
We weren't doing any of it.
We wasn't doing any of them, okay.
Yeah, this is for the LCMP, but
Right,
not
okay.
for the courthouse. Do you know what this equitable sharing agreement certification, the prosecuting attorney?
That just came in this morning. I don't,
Certification report.
Brad,
Got a
do you
sharing fund balance of $5,042.92.
do you know what that is?
I haven't seen it. What is it?
It's from Laura in the prosecutor's office. She just sent it in this morning.
Send it to me, I'll take a look at it.
Let's put these acronyms on here. Equitable sharing agreement and certification.
Just don't even have Jeff's signature on it.
Sharing. I said I've never.
Jeff should have signed that before it comes here. This is from Kim Hardesty, it's the design contract for Serpent Mountain project.
That's kind of, so moved.
So grant money anyway. $94,000.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. I want to say Charlie got, the bids was sent to Charlie on the trees on Johnson Pike, and it's supposed to be opening bid at 10:30.
Yeah, that's this here,
Okay.
Hey.
JB Construction. Hi there, how you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just sent you your Sebco grant.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
I must have just missed that. Thank you so much.
I think that's what this is.
Shouldn't be.
JB Construction.
Trees.
Who's got the trees?
No, Felling, we have, we've
We
not
haven't,
received
because the bid
any.
is not gonna be open until 10:30.
That's, Joanne's, WPCLI.
Yes. Who is it?
JB Construction.
Yes.
I think it's 2 sewer projects.
The two sewer projects.
Oh, okay.
two connections in Bay
The
Bridge.
WSPP something,
PCL,
sewer,
that's the only one.
just a couple of initials.
So, connect three houses, Cambridge.
Right.
We have a motion to
So moved.
second.
I think we already did that, didn't we?
This is the actual contract.
This is it, contract, yes.
We opened-
$10,650.
Got it?
You signed the other. This is just a report that they do every year to the federal government. So when there's federal case and the money gets split up, you know, they seize something federally and they sell it. Different agencies get a certain amount of money. And they haven't gotten any money in a case like this in a long time, so it's just a report they do. She said last year it was the same amount. They haven't gotten any, so it's just something you need to sign.
So we need to review it.
These are,
So motion,
So moved.
second, all in favor, say aye.
Bids for Charlie.
oh, this is the Edward Tree Service. I don't know what this is, so that's one of those bids. I don't know what that is, it doesn't.
I just got in and asked Charlie, I just got in and asked Kathy, I said, will Charlie get them bids if they come here?
Well, I don't know where he had it. Usually they come, all the bids come here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only one.
What time do they do?
10:30.
Well, that was kind of close.
Yeah. You got anything, Brad?
I do.
About the order stuff.
I got a bunch of stuff. Let's see, let's not start with that. Let's start with this one.
Oh, and the gal that way.
Well, what I got here is, two proposals for, I need them on here. If you look at the bottom of this page, you can see. These are the two proposals for, cleaning services at the service center. That's their yearly cost. On that second or third page. Pretty big difference.
Big difference.
Almost $120,000 difference. And they both got the same tour, got the same packets, got everything the same.
But there's $120,000 difference between the two of them?
Look at the monthly costs, multiply that, Jack's got the numbers, I wrote them on the bottom of my sheet there.
That's what we did.
That's yearly.
That's the Applewood guy, he's a neighbor of mine. That looks like home cooking right there. I just saw that.
The only thing I'm concerned about, we used to have to follow this law that said if it was a sheltered workshop, or remember if they had
That's why we had to,
disabilities, you had to use it.
that's why we use,
And I thought it said they had to be in your community.
so I was thinking.
Those folks are from Cleveland. They have an office in Columbus. They don't really have an office here. So, but I don't know if that law still applies to that. But I would think that because they're not even close in price, that I don't think we have to. I think they had to be within, pretty close. I can pull it up and look at it here. I meant to do it this morning, but I Let's see. If I can find it.
But the one that's over $200,000, they're the ones who has a workshop.
They're free, yeah, they're free. If you look at the proposal, you can see
Right.
where they're from. They don't even have anybody hired here. I mean, there's nobody ready to work here. If you look in there, it says hire in Chillicothe, so I don't know what,
And K&K's got 14 people.
right. Full stand just pushes me. Flags outside FBO need replaced.
What?
Flags outside the FBO need to be replaced. Is that ours to replace? The operator replace that.
I think the contract said that they can have to replace the light bulbs, but we will pay for them. I read that in the contract.
Is that right? I never saw that.
I was flipping through it and I just happened to read that statement.
That's what I mean. We need to have a new.
That's the same thing with them flags. I bet you 10 to 1 that they have to replace their flags.
We probably have to. I mean, we always have, but it just, I don't know. Seems to me like if you're operating a place, then toilet paper and stuff like that would be yours, not ours.
Yeah.
If the pipe breaks out there, we fix it.
We fix it.
If the AC breaks, we fix it. I don't know that we ought to be supplying toilet paper, but I don't know.
There's no longer a spotlight or a swirling light that moves around out there, is there?
Yeah. Only at night, though. You only see it at night.
Because I can remember when I was younger, I could see, you could see that light from.
Well, it may only come on when
They're activated.
when it's activated, when the lights come on.
There's a frequency they hit, transmitter in the plane to turn that on.
Turns all the runway lights on, turns that on too. If it was out, believe me, they tell us.
Yeah.
Because we've had it fixed a couple times before.
Service center, I just found out I have a meeting at One Ohio meeting at 2:00 on Wednesday.
Already have it saved.
See, that's why you're the best. So these are the only two we have.
That's it. They're the only two that came. You know, we offered a time for folks to come and look at it. Those were the only two that came. There was one other company that I called or sent an email, sent all the information to, who had left their name here. I think they called Kathy one time and left their name and stuff, and I sent it to them. Never saw them. Unless somehow those folks are related to the one that came from Cleveland.
Well, do we want to go with a local contractor that's 110,000 less?
One's $180,000. We can, even if we hired somebody, you still can do it for cheaper than that.
That's less than we're paying now. So should we, I think we'll let them run out their contract here, let these people start moving in. The other, First Capitals is up March 31st.
I think we'll let them run out.
Pay them till
First
the end of
capital, yeah.
pay them till the end of their contract, and then these folks can start moving in March. And then by the time they're done, then they'll be ready to go. That sound good?
Yeah. So this is a quote, not a contract.
Excuse me?
This is a quote, not a contract, right?
Right.
That'll become,
That's their proposal.
have any references?
Oh, yeah, they both do.
Similar square footage?
How many square
I
feet?
mean, is it similar, the quote, the referrals of a similar square footage?
Exactly the same. Oh, their referrals?
Their referrals, yeah. Jobs they-
Some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about capacity of 14 people that actually do the cleaning.
I think that's a lot more than we get. Plus, you know, they both have to provide somebody during the day. One or two people, that's up to them. We didn't tell them how to do it. We just told them what's expected of them during the day. you know, keeping the lobbies swept, keeping the bathrooms clean. If you have an issue, put it on FMX. I mean, all that stuff that happens during the day. Someone throws up, someone puts crap on the wall, whatever. You know, they've got to be there to clean. The K&K guy already cleans all our carpets. They're the carpet cleaning company we use.
No, they are.
So we're familiar with them. Not that, I mean, they didn't get any preferential treatment. They just, you know, we walked, Dan and I and Jody and Loretta walked all the people were invited to come at a certain time and date, and those two companies showed up. We walked them through the whole place. We showed them everything, what was expected. They heard comments from lots of people that were in the offices, what they expected. We made sure they all understood what needed to be done. That's what we got. I feel really good about it, honestly. I mean, I feel better. They really had a good understanding. And having Jody there to show his, you know, he's got the biggest side, all those different, I mean, I bet there was 120 offices back here. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's catacombs.
Yeah, it is. And then we took them over to Ron in the state, showed them around in there. Yeah, I think that everybody was well informed that bid on it.
And we can make,
Motion?
Jordan Wheeler to, help pay for part of it.
Oh, yeah.
That's a whole nother subject. We probably ought to have at some point
The
too,
clerk of courts.
what you're thinking about that, because, you know, he's talking about if he gets that bid, he's gonna bid on that.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he wants to combine the two offices and move completely out of the title office. He said something about using that area for storage of records. Well, that's you know, that was the most expensive office that we built because they wanted that bulletproof glass in there. I mean, there's a lot of it there. He doesn't like that. He thinks it looks like a fishbowl, and I kind of agree. I always thought it was kind of crazy, but you know, there's other offices in that place that get a lot more threatening, I think, than the title office does, but it's in there. But what you have to think about is right now, what did we say the rent was in there?
It's $26.70 monthly.
$26.70 a month,
That's for the,
B&B. So if he moves in there, being a county agency,
We're gonna lose that.
you're gonna lose that. Now, you could turn around and lease out the other spot for something.
the part that they're vacating,
Yes, the title side,
the fishbowl.
the fishbowl. You know, the fishbowl could be revamped.
Right.
That glass could come off of there if we had to.
It's expensive storage room.
It is. That's what I was thinking too. So just something to think about.
I gotta go through there. I haven't been to the title office.
But the thing is now, is nobody else is bidding on it.
Is that right? You know that for sure?
Robert said he was not.
No, but I thought Georgia was going to.
Who?
Georgia, his stepdaughter, daughter-in-law, whatever. That was the story. That she was gonna bid, he wasn't.
That's what somebody said that she was going to. But the last word I got is the state of Ohio said, don't even think about it.
What's that? They have a quality of bids.
Well, I guess that even if she put a bid in, she wasn't gonna get it in the first place. Because the way things ran now. Because she's part of it, she runs it now more than mine.
I hadn't heard. But, you know, you never know. There could be 5 other people from other counties.
Other counties just put a bid in for.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how that works, and I don't know if you're an elected official and you already are, you know, you're a county agency. I don't know if that means anything to them. I don't know how they go about doing that. I have no idea.
I know one of that county is ran by clerk of courts.
It is. What about the one in Pike County?
I don't know. 'Cause I go to Worcester Courthouse and it's walk in, get your ticket. You don't have to get a ticket, just put your little button on the screen and even before you sit down, they'll call you number.
Well, this one sees a lot of traffic. It does.
It's double, almost 3 times the population of Fayette County, so.
Yeah.
What Jordan say, we lost 10,000 license renewals in a month or a week or something like that?
Something like that.
Jackson.
Going to Jackson.
Well, there are a lot of people that go to Jackson. I've
Jackson,
gone down
yeah.
there myself for different things.
Morning, Charlie.
Morning. Hi, Charlie.
Yeah, because I can remember, it used to be part of the court's office. George Knapp, when she was part of the courts,
She had them both.
she had them both.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what
We'll
happens.
see what happens.
Is that where the Neff Driving School originated? Is that the same?
Different family.
Different family.
Different family.
I didn't know if they were
You got you want a little more, or you want to take Charlie?
Oh, we can do it.
I got a little more. You want to talk about the airport?
Well, we got 10 minutes before we're scheduled for this too.
It's up to you.
Yeah, let's use 10 minutes and go with what you've got. Charlie doesn't mind.
You want to get a contract together, Brad, on that,
After you got any minutes, what I found.
or you want us to approve that?
I want you to approve one of those proposals and then I'll get a
We
contract.
just got it this morning.
Motion.
So moved.
Second, all in favor? Aye.
For the one for 179.
You need a signature.
K Clark clean. Yeah, she'll put it in.
Okay.
The letter that I just gave you is a letter we got from Duncan Oil's attorneys. And they're talking about first refusal on the Life Lighthouse. And we had a really good conversation last week with Jeff Marks, attorney from Bricker that's handling the FBO airport manager side of things. And he made some suggestions. I think they're good ones. I think we've got a plan moving forward. I sent all those documents to him this morning that we talked about. He's got every easement, every agreement, everything that we've had, clear back to 1984. So he got all that stuff this morning. This, in talking with them, they think that it's a good idea for us to run this. We have the opportunity, we should do it.
Yeah.
May not get another opportunity, because they are coming in this afternoon. We don't have to do this right now if you don't want, but you might want to listen to them first, but you probably never get another chance.
Yeah, if we don't do it now, we will not have the chance to do it.
Plus, I think it signals to them that we want some changes. I'm not, like we talked about that. They want to try it. They want to try the, maybe that's, what the attorney suggested is let them do it for a while. Let them do it for a year while we figure out what all we want to do there.
And then get a consultant to help us
Yes.
lay that out.
The problem I have with that is, we're going to end up with the same thing we got now.
Well,
Are they going to leave the same people out here now?
He said he would, he
Who doesn't have
hires
a
good
clue
people.
what, who doesn't have a clue what FBO is.
He said he hires good people. So let's see who he brings in to lead.
do a year
Two guys that we have out there.
do 1 year this. And say, okay, you got it for a year. Let's see how you do.
See what happens.
And then in the meantime, that gives us time to not have to run out right now and try to find somebody. But while we work with the consultant, I sent something to Stantec this morning too and said, I need to talk to you. I want to talk to you about that FAA thing that I told you about with the test, in our county. I want to talk to you about that again. But I also want to talk to him about, are you guys interested in being a consultant to help us design what we want to do out there? So I told him to call him tomorrow. I don't know if we have time today.
I think that gives us time to get a consultant and
So
study
around,
what we
find out what
really
we
want to do
want.
out there.
So we have it right.
And then we go find the person to do it, if this guy can't.
Exactly.
Because that's one of the things, my thing is, that's like now, they're giving us 30 days on this.
Well, that's the law.
That's already taken.
That's the law. But whether we keep them or not, it'd be nice to have that. Even though we have that, they got to store their helicopter somewhere. So they're still gonna get at least sort of helicopter to big hangar, but we don't know. This may lead us down the road.
See, they want to do hangout.
There's a lot of people want, they want one, Steve wants
Steve wants
one,
one.
Gags wants one.
The guys from Lancaster that do the pilot training.
They want-
They want one for the 3 planes, that's that big one to land with.
Exactly,
And, you know, we got a lot of thinking and a lot of work and
we do.
negotiating.
Yes, let's do that.
So that's where we are. I think they're coming in at 12:30. That's, I think all I have this morning.
That's new on the schedule. That's new to the schedule.
Oh, that's nothing on the schedule?
No, they called Friday, after we talked.
But I think it's timely.
Yeah, that's something.
Anything else, Fred?
Not right now, I don't. Thank you.
Yeah, see.
How's Sarah this morning?
I am fabulous. How are
Awful
you?
quiet over there. Scares me.
She said she's fabulous, that scares me.
What was that? Somebody used to say super deluxe. Yeah, you doing it, I'm super deluxe.
You passed your wellness grant this morning.
Yes, thank you. I almost put an offer in on Applewood. It's still mine, 33. Up on the hill of Brick Ranch.
Moving into town?
Well, yeah.
Oh, on the house?
We put an offer in on it the last time it was for sale, which was just a couple months ago. And we were contingent at the time.
I've never been there, but that house is really nice.
So beautiful. Well, the
Which
people
house,
that
which
bought
house
it,
is it?
it's 33 Applewood. It sits up, it's a brick ranch. It sits up on the hill, has like an Applewood rock in the front yard.
What's that called?
The whole place is up on the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that every.
Well, like this house's lot is like
So is it, if you're going up the hill, you get to the crest of the hills,
right
house
there.
right there on the right?
Yep. But
I've known
the
a lot
people
of
that
people
bought it
that-
the last time, her husband died.
The Corcorans lived in there, Nick and Mona at one time, yeah. Who else lived in there? Bill Beavers and his wife lived in there at one time.
They're on Timberlane.
Is that
They're on the flat spot.
they are now?
Yeah, they've, ever since I've known them,
Is that right?
and that has been all that long.
Isn't that it? When you get up, it's the one right there to the right. They lived in there a long time ago.
Well, this is the road that runs.
You talk about Nick and Mona? Cause they lived in the house. Is Timber Lane the one off to the left or the one off to the right?
Timberlane is parallel with Applewood.
So if you go up Applewood, you
Briarwood,
turn right,
Oakdale.
You turn right and then-
Timberlane,
is Timber Lane on the backside there?
backside.
Okay, what's the one that goes down to the left? As you're going up? That's one.
It should be Cliffwood.
It should
Those
be.
driveways.
Cliffwood, yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, you can buy them out of those fast.
Cool, we'll be neighbors. I'm on 86, Applewood.
Okay, yeah, we're thinking about it. It's really nice. The people that had just bought it, her husband died while they were moving there. And so she completely went ahead with all the work that they were planning on doing and now she's selling it.
They did a lot of work.
Yeah, and then the sewer line busted, so they had to redo it.
Cool.
So thinking about it.
Okay, here's a transfer of funds for $2.5 million. Didn't we do this last?
We just did it.
Well, we did a motion to do it last week, but this is the actual cash transfer.
We just got to do the cash transfer.
We did the appropriation.
Okay.
The cash transfer and appropriation go together.
Okay, so moved.
Second, all in favor?
Where's the new guy?
Yeah.
He's in Africa, I think.
Huh?
I think so.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Vacation?
I think he was going to Africa with his parents.
I didn't know that.
I think that's what it was.
That's vacation.
Mhm.
How long is it going?
We're gonna tear
A week?
stuff.
I think they were only gone for a week, I'm not sure if this is the
Yeah,
trip,
you just
yeah.
said the 30 you'd be gone, and then last month, 2 weeks ago.
He didn't get another vacation yet, he was just on vacation.
I think that's where he was going this time.
Here's a transfer of funds. Medicaid sales taxes general fund for $1,335,279.66. That was part of the restitution for the $2.5 million going to Jobs and Family Services. Did we okay that?
No.
I didn't.
I didn't either. So let's hold off on that.
Yeah.
Y'all got 10:30.
It is 10:30.
Opening bids, or bid openings for falling trees. We have one.
Didn't sound quite right, but
This one.
got trees down is what it's for, right? Falling trees, what is?
Falling
It's
trees.
actually called tree felling. Tree felling is what it's called.
Past tense.
Well, you have, it's down here, it says falling trees. We have one.
We should say felling tree.
That was in there.
That was in there.
Really unpacked it.
What are you expecting? What's your estimate?
This is even better.
This is from Vermillion Tree and Land, Elmhurst, Ohio. For $33,560.
How much?
$33,560.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that looks a little steep.
33,000?
Did they get all the specs?
That's dirt cheap.
That's 128.
It should be on the very back sheet. There's 5 pages. It should be highlighted in yellow.
Okay. I just wanted to
That's
see.
just one part.
You just did one of them.
That was just one part.
Sounds good.
Yeah, the total was $117,825.
117?
117.
I never get it done quite twice as fast as I thought they would. I was over 200, but I just wasn't around that stuff very much. These timber guys don't mess around.
Never known you to be a lumberjack.
No. That's great news. Now you want me to tell you the good news?
Is there some trees out there they can keep and sell to mill?
They're technically, your trees. But I don't know if you want to clean them up. I just put it to follow the trees, and the general contractor will have to come in and clean them up. The general contractor, that job got Beaver Excavating, I can't remember how I got it last week. And we're gonna get enough money back out of our escrow fund, probably to pay for Trust Bridge if you want to.
We'll get some money
They
back.
over escrow. Now, I don't know how long it'll take to get the money, but we'll talk about it, find out.
They giving you a time period for this?
Completion date's March 31st.
Yeah, I just
It has to be, the trees have to be down to accommodate the bat by March 31st, because it's got federal money. That's a good bid.
So Charlie, they had that in the ODOT bid that they have to clean up the trees.
Yeah.
I'll be doing.
But it's our work, we want to go get it now, we can't, I don't want to. We have to bring some outfit out of Kentucky up every year.
David must be listening to us.
Grind up and take all the stuff we've cut.
Because Dave says, I'm in Florida for a work obligation I have before elected. I wish I wasn't.
I was gonna say, I thought he was.
Well, he said he's going to Africa this summer. He can't go to Africa this summer. He's already got a vacation now, so he's done. He's in Florida.
This is a work trip though. right? Didn't you just say-
Yeah, this is a work trip. It didn't make a difference.
That is excellent. So do we want to make a motion on this?
No, I'll need to review it first. Let me check their math and everything. Pretty much the right.
We make- I can put this in the-
I was hoping for the 33,000.
We expect it to be, yeah, got the rest of it.
Charlie's eyes got that big. Man.
That's almost expensive. I've ever seen.
A what?
Well, I learned a lot when I was putting that estimate together. I didn't know what a fellow buncher was and skid with grapple.
Yeah.
And it's amazing, those guys.
How many acres of property are they clearing?
That's probably the equivalent of 3.
Yeah, really? It's all wooded, 3 acres of woodland.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's pretty quick. That's pretty quick.
It's unbelievable price.
You kept that one, didn't you?
That's something I just never.
That one from.
They learned quick, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
That's OJT right there.
Yeah, we're definitely.
I don't know what I have to do about that.
I mean, I'm only trying to remember, he made that decision when we did.
Real quickly on, Allen Cliff, Joe Groney, geotech engineer, CTL will be out there Thursday. Look at it, and if I have them core drill that one, and plus the one on down, remember you said that it looks like the node's getting ready to go, we'll go ahead and core drill both of them while we're at it. And, then he'll have to wait, we'll have to wait till the core drills get back. But then I got a contractor coming in, hopefully next Monday, to do the temporary fix, with the piling, to just start to sleep at night. John Watson can sleep at night. They should be in next week.
Who's paying for that?
Pardon me?
Who's paying for that?
If I have to in the short term, I will. I'm trying to get OPWC to, Steve Neal did ask what his participation is going to be. I mean, it has to be fixed. I mean, that's
Yeah, but, you know, how we do that, a loan versus a gift. I'm interested in talking.
yeah, good. Good. So anyway, I talked to Nick Rose, one of the director's assistants. He said the director's actually looking at trying to incorporate the temporary fix into the permanent fix as one big grant. So they may, OPWC may step up. To do it all, except you always have to pay 10%.
Right.
But, that's pretty good.
You talked to Mark Johnson about Cooks Hill.
No, not lately.
I talked to him.
Does he have some,
Yeah, we talked to him.
We talked to him.
he's never called me about it.
He got that.
Huh?
He got that $4 million.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What are we doing right?
Is that we don't know. It's on hold right now, though, I think.
I don't know if that's what's on hold now. I've got 4 emails today, so let's look at it.
So I need
What's lifted and what's not lifted, yeah, who knows what.
That's good news.
Talk to Kelly. So she's working for Dave Taylor's office, and that's where it came through that on Brad's office. So.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. I don't.
It was on the capital.
Yeah.
Capital budget.
Winstrip,
Winster.
but
But that omnibus bill, they kicked that out. They didn't do it, did
like I said, I don't
know where I know, only thing I know is she showed me a thing that says, it says for Cooks Hill Road.
Yeah, Mark said that he.
Nothing else, only Cooks Hill
they?
Road.
This just happened recently.
That was at, Keith
Forceman's.
Washburn swearing in, we heard this.
Wow.
That was Friday. So, yeah,
Yeah,
get to work.
yeah. Yeah, it is a lot of work. That's a lot of work.
You can practice on all the wood.
Yeah, well, I had practice. We did.
You already had practice at Cooks Hill
We
Road.
did Spartanville, we did Lane Highway. Lane Highway was a pain, I'll tell you. But we'll talk about all that, but.
Wait for 4 more minutes, see if anybody else from the Gazette or whatever wants to get here. Before we start with you.
Yeah. We'll go at 3:30. We'll go at 3:30. Every Sunday night.
Get something on your mind.
Oh, my mind just races. I just get up anymore. Just get up, start drinking coffee.
There it is. The Sunday nights are nice. Do nothing.
Well, this weekend there's a football game on, but I care less who wins.
Same thing I said, I care.
Did you see online, they're calling the Kansas City Swifts. That's what they're calling them online.
That's
The
about right.
Kansas City Swifts.
So you could probably afford to buy the team from the Hunts.
Well, yeah, 1.8 billion is what she's worth, so.
He wasn't with her at the Grammys last night.
No, and she was on some show and she gave the finger to the audience.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Mhm. What's that? She's a real sweetie. Well, not that I look at the internet, but. Also, and I saw it, so it happened. But, also, they got this big thing going on the internet right now. I'll take Terry Underwood. You can have Taylor Swift. That's what, I've seen that 15 times on YouTube.
Not that you're the
You but it's gotta be true.
Not necessarily, but boy, when it comes out of their mouth,
Just,
I feel.
It's nice code. Let's see how you go. That's you. Yeah, you good? There you go. Nice code. If there's a zombie apocalypse, we're in trouble, we're gonna get, we're paying rounds for guns.
I was out your way last week.
Yeah. Still snow on?
No, as soon as I get out here, I gotta get a Eli call. Finish this and get this thing done.
Oh, I don't, I'm not. See those. Checking. Take care.
You got time to stay around?
No. My meter's already expired. No, I'm okay. Mary Speedy's gonna give me a ticket.
Oh, he's giving me a few.
What their problems.
He does. He's one of those guys that every time he sends you an email, he's got to call you and tell you that he sent an email.
Make sure you got it.
I got it.
I was asking questions about indemnifying the county on this contract or something.
You guys are telling one.
You not feeling good today?
He's not here.
Oh, is that right?
He's in Florida. He's called.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're.
We thought he was in Africa. He sent a text message, said, no, I'm not.
I didn't know.
He's been helping me with the builder's risk insurance too, because you know, that we only get very good project, it is an add-on $3,000, $8,000 for builder's risk. They can offer through course.
Oh, yeah?
Before I say, let's, if it doesn't cost us any more money, it's part of our plan, why don't we?
Mhm.
Who do you want to? Jason Wise. It's the one I'm thinking of. That's right.
We'll go ahead and get started with this work. Jim, you got the floor?
I'm gonna sit up here, Jim, sit up here. He's my protector.
Yeah.
You're shy like me.
Well, since last week, a couple of these calls. I know Charlie's gave you his copy 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Just a cool kid. Just a cool kid stick.
I'm not cool.
Well, then you know it's half the battle.
I'll be right back.
Well, I'm here to discuss the piggyback tax resolution, is 179, 138. I'd like to give you a little history as I know it on the piggyback tax, and do the research I've done in the last several years on this. The history was, it was put in, Jim Starr, Jim Caldwell, and Don Arledge put this on the ballot, and it failed. So the commissioners came back to the Township Association for support to pass it for the second time. And it didn't pass that time. I have all the minutes and the hearings that was on those particular meetings here in my files, but you got them back there in your files. And I don't know why it was changed or when. I can't get that definite information. But it was changed. And all the information I've had, I've talked with Don Carnes, Don Arledge, I've talked to Jim Starr. In the resolution, there were supposed to have been 2 hearings if there were any changes made to the percentages, which they tell me that never happened. These percentage was changed at their discretion, that whoever, and I'm not sure. I think as far as I know, it happened back in around when Teresa Knott came in. I'm not sure exactly, but that time frame, I can't pin that down. Maybe you guys.
It was the early 2000s.
Was it?
Yeah, 2002.
So I don't know whether at that time, I'm going to take for granted, I don't know whether it was financial needs that the county needed for their benefits. At that time, I know maybe there was a shortage they needed. Also, through the conversation, I don't know whether it was political. I don't know that. But some of the conversations I've had to some of the people, I won't mention the names, said they felt that way. So how this has affected as townships down through the years is we lost revenue from the state back in the Kasich area when they was going to refurnish the rainy day fund. Well, when that rainy day fund was filled, we was forgotten child again. We never received that money back. And some of those, I've talked to Harold Bennett years ago. Some of that for Union Township meant a couple $100,000. I know small townships, we're talking probably $30,000 or $40,000. So then 3 years ago, we lost the CDBG matching fund grant where we could chip and seal and work on the roads. That was a 50-50. We come in and there was a pot of money somewhere at that time, I believe 300,000 or so. Made that fund then, we get 50-50, we get 600,000, we could do a lot of work. So they done away with that. So that hindered ours, and as this time we filter through, all the cost of all these materials and road work went higher, costs are higher, demands on the public to say, they didn't request you to have good roads and bridges, they demanded you to have good roads and bridges. And that's where we are today. And that hindered small townships more so than larger townships. I mean, Union and Scioto and Green and those are able to manage that with, but on the small townships, it's unable to us for to hire even we can hire a part-time guy to help mow in the summer, but we can't afford to hire an extra employee for the year round because of the increased cost that we have to put in the roads. We can't have that extra revenue. So it takes two people to go out and do a ditch job, takes two people to go do a grade. So we're unable to do that. So here I am and Larry Turner and some of the other guys in small townships, they got to go out and ride the mower. They got to go out and drive the truck or be with I go out at 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning to snowplow the last time. And I don't think that's the way this was designed, and that's hurt us. In the meantime, you as the county have been fortunate. You continue to receive that piggyback tax, so that increases your budget. So, and also, since 2012, you have been receiving today, I'm sure it's somewhere around $1 million a year in casino tax revenue. You also received $14,000 in ARPA money, and I think it was CARES money before that. I know some of that was distributed to applicants for business, but majority of that went into the sewer project, which I had concerns about. And other people do too. Plus, you're going to have 3 solar farms in the near future. You got 2 on the way, and another one in Perfect that you're going to receive income. I don't know what that's amounting to. Probably of the 3, maybe another $1 million. So, and also, I just put we as a township, which we think is the backbone of Ross County. I mean. In these situations, also, what it occurs when we have things like the Allen Creek thing. We had a slide 3 or 4 years ago. So we are unable to do that on our own. We don't have the resources. And so with Scioto probably with that major. So we call county engineer and say, will you help us? Well, that takes care of depletes his resources, which this piggyback tax would have helped him if he was continuing to get it as designed. So this, I think, to me, I'm asking that we enter into a conversation with the respective parties, engineer, county trustees, to look into return this resolution to its former purpose. And if you guys all remember, too, is when you went to the township meetings and asked for their vote, you said you was going to help them. And this is an opportunity. So I present my case. So, and Charlie, anything you add?
Well, yeah, I have a few things. Obviously, county government isn't any different than state government or federal government. We grow, we have different things that have to meet the pot of money we have. There's things that happen along the way that I'm not sure what happened back in the early 2000s. I know my boss at that time was pretty irate. But why they pulled it, but and I understand the things you face today aren't the same things that were faced in 1979. It's just like the federal government. They face things today that, there's a deficit there that they never faced. The state government has their times. So I understand it's tough. I guess Jim just doesn't want to feel forgotten and would like some help. I had thought about when he told me that he was coming in, and I guess, you just a little while ago mentioned like a gift instead of a loan or something. It would be nice if we knew that we can have our own mini OPWC down here in Ross County where we could take some of the revenues in the general fund and put into a pot of money that when things like Allen Cliff happen and things like what Jim's talked about, we did help him out quite a bit down there with that slip. I'll have them. I have them now. I'll have them again. We have numerous bridges that were made with that 588 steel, and every county engineer in the state of Ohio I had Chris Mullins up in Pickwick said, I'm replacing bridges my predecessor built. And that shouldn't be. I mean, we have WPA bridges last for 100 years, but they just got some bad steel in this country. But I guess that's what I like. I don't want to just, from my standpoint, from my budget standpoint, I would like to know, and because I am called a lot to help the county townships, and I'll be glad to do it. It's all about public safety. We don't want anybody getting hurt. But it would be nice if there was knowing that there was a little bit of money that over the years, I've been here going on 18 years. So if we just put, say, $300,000 a year and something like that, that'd be quite a bit of money. Look at math, 18 times 300,000, $5 million. And for things like Allen Cliff, if OPWC didn't have the money to fund it, now it's like, I can believe it's going to be around 100,000, but we've had the bigger ones. Unfortunately, Blaine Highway is a federal aid road. When that one went, that was pretty monumental, and the feds picked up the tab on that one. Spargersville, FEMA picked up the tab on that one. Obviously, no one's picking up the tab yet on Cooks Hill. And again, the bridges, and it'd just be nice to know that none of us want to go out and buy ride around in fancy vehicles or anything like that with the money. I mean, I just think if you did anything as far as my office goes, it'd be nice to know that there's a pot of money that when a catastrophe happens or we suspect something's going to happen, it's just like a second slip there on Cooks Hill or Allen Cliff you caught there, and it might be prudent ahead of time before it does slip, go in there and drive some piling and be proactive instead of reactive. And even the townships, when they had disasters, Chuck Schrader with Springfield Township, I don't know another township trustee that would have done what he did with Rocky Road. I mean, that is pretty impressive. He pulled that off and got that fixed, and he came in and asked for $250,000. It'd been nice if there had been something there to help him, but other than just a loan. But I guess that's what I got. I don't know the paving needs. Well, I guess I do know the paving needs, and the townships have come a long way. When I was a kid, if you went down Graves Road, it was a war zone. I mean, potholes, you could drop your car in. And, well, you grew up in that area. I mean, the township roads have really improved. It's getting expensive now. We're pricing estimating $95 a ton for asphalt this year. My gosh, I can remember when I first started, it was $30, I think. Concrete's $200, $200 a yard or better. It's not going to get any cheaper, and I guess if we could find a way to facilitate keeping up a little better.
I guess my thoughts on this was made possible by the help of the trustees years ago. And I think when you do things, everybody relies on the trustees. for their support, even your election support. You guys come around these meetings and you tell us what you're gonna help us with. This is what I think. To me, I feel this, if you wanna read some of this old language, I think it was designed based upon road mileage. And I think that some should be put into the township's earmarked roads only, not to be used for equipment or anything else, just road repair. And set where it should be. We're willing, I think that the trustees and we're willing to sit down and have a conversation about it if you're willing to. Are you willing to do that?
What do you think, Tim?
And I might say you get 20 calls of chip and seal. It's ruining their cars.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm being serious here because of the price you just said for asphalt. I mean, that's another public issue.
It's never going back either.
No, I'm not saying that.
I mean, the price is never going to get dropped back.
No, but I'm saying about the public in general.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that concerns me, what Jim said, more than anything, over the years, I've had to do away with our summer student hiring because they're 18 and 19-year-olds, and they aren't always with it. And it's a game of Russian roulette when they're out there and the people are driving 60 miles an hour on these roads. And we keep catching them and we keep talking to them about don't stand between your truck and another oncoming vehicle. Be ready to get off the road. Assume that they're going to not stop. And it just never sunk in. So I got rid of it because from a safety standpoint. I don't like to hear that Jim is ditching with just an operator and one other guy, because that guy's probably trucking, so there's no flaggers. And even a low ADT road has the occasional driver that's going to be flying down the road at 60 miles an hour, and you're right for a lawsuit if you don't have the high manual traffic control devices in place. Now, people like Union and Scioto and Green, they have the budget, they have enough people to fly. But
They do it to the fire department too. They run by you at 80 miles an hour when you're doing a fire on the road. That's when we close off roads now. People are ignorant.
Yeah. And I don't know that the new law's done a lot of good with these cell phones. I still see them on their cell phones. I don't like to hear that. I mean, out there was undermanned, understaffed.
Lots of rules with no way to finance it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want me to go first?
Yes.
I would like to know more about this. When it shut off, why it shut off, where that money's going, before we can make any kind of promises to put it back from the original funding. On top of that, when, we're about growth, we're about tourism right now. Those are main focal points in our vision and in our goals. And what is the first thing that hits you when you go to a new area and drive around? The conditions of the roads.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter if you're going directly to the Hopewell Center on 104, or if you just want to take a little tour and see the beautiful countryside that we have. This road's got to be in good shape. So I've always looked at the townships as an integral part of how we operate as a county. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on TV or anything. I truly believe that. You guys are the butter to our bread. And so, and I also know that from turnaround experience, when money is needed someplace, it's usually being spent someplace else. I don't know where this the funds from the levy, where that went. Why was it changed? When was it changed? How much was it? How much is it in today's dollar if it's a percentage of a levy? I need more facts on that to size up what we're facing so that we can size up how we're gonna help. And I say how we're gonna help. I'm not making any promises right now because I don't know all the facts to make a promise right now. But I think we need to look into this and take care of the people that take care of us. So,
And Jim is asking for a discussion about it.
well, I know that's what you're
Right.
asking, and I think I'm answering that. But you're also talking to an ex-mayor of Chillicothe that put in a half-point income tax for road repairs and improvements. A Republican mayor asked for a tax increase to take care of the roads. So that's how important I think it is. I'm not willing to go ask for a tax increase, but I think that tourism directly relates to sales tax increases, not by percentage, but by volume.
And I don't disagree, and I don't think I'm asking to put it back in its original form. And I don't, what happened, it's the same, what I'm thinking happened when they done it, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, I don't wanna take politicians out of it, but I think that they've done it for needs, and then when that need was accomplished, they forgot about it. It's same as Casey did when he finished filling the rainy day fund. Well, they're getting along, nobody's saying anything. Well, we'll move on to something else. I think it's something to think, but I think there's funds there, and I'm speaking for all the trustees. I will bring this up to our next meeting. Most of the trustees are not aware of this. Barry wasn't even aware of this. But bring it up to them, see what their thinking is, but I think we're willing to negotiate some sort of a allocation from that piggyback tax. For roads only.
Do you have information on when this was rescinded by the county commissioner?
Or if it wasn't rescinded by the government.
Well, that's obviously were.
Somehow it stopped.
It stopped, yes. And I do know for a fact, there was not two public hearings as per se in the minutes and in the legislation that was out. It was, I can tell you for a fact, that hadn't happened, I think I can.
So is this piggyback tax, sales tax still on?
Yes, that's where your 0.5% you're paying for goods you buy. 7.5%.
I don't even know honestly if it was ever, the formula that's in the resolution, I don't know if it ever was in effect.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is this you just gave?
Yeah,
Well, so what I gave to you guys, and this is something, that Jim had asked me about. The county gives $149,500 annually from the general fund to the townships based on road mileage. And that number has been held static since before Jerry Urick.
It's townships, that doesn't go very far.
That's exactly right. So that, this might have been like a big amount of money 25 years ago. Obviously, it's not now.
Yeah.
So I share this because it's something that Jim.
But it never came out of this piggyback tax.
Well, so the piggyback tax, like the rest of the sales tax, just goes into the general fund, and this is general fund money. So it does theoretically come from the piggyback tax, but I think the point is that if you're looking for an opportunity to compromise, this is probably the first and most logical place to look. And I wanted to share that with you guys because it's something that Jim has asked me about. And it's been this figure for as far back as we have records on. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
So we don't know if the state.
It was applied when it started until it was changed into whatever, I'm not sure, I'm not sure, but
I'll say it was 2004 maybe.
But they were abiding by that firm, because I can tell you, the health department, as I know, I share that resource, they were getting money at 2%.
How can we
Until-
find out?
So the townships were getting money from 1979 when this tax came on, when this piggyback tax came on until 2000 and
Early 2000s.
Yeah, that is like, so they were getting at this rate, at this formula until they was changed.
So that goes so far back beyond what we're able to retrieve in the software downstairs. I mean, if you really want to get into the records of that, you're looking through papers and boxes underneath the jail. I just don't have any records of that.
No,
But I mean, Charlie, if you were there at the time and you remember it, I guess that answers the question, but I don't have any accessible.
I came here in 2000, but Claudia, my administrative assistant, has been here 40 years, said when it was first enacted, she said she thought that the county engineer's office got like 1.5 million. And that went on for quite a while. Unfortunately, Don and Paul Miller both did a really good job of putting it towards paving. And I'm benefiting by that today because we got a nice base today. But she said it just kept dwindling and got down to, kept going down. And finally sometime, I want to say it was 04, but Don got his budget to him at the first of the year, and there wasn't any money in that fund anymore. And that's so, and I think that extra 0.5% amounts to about $6 million a year, doesn't it, Jeff?
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a substantial amount of money. But as far as the records that we have, that we can verify that formula, it's
just not there.
It's just not there, as far back as I'm able to go.
Well, I can tell you that was, I've had numerous conversations with Jim Starr about that, and Don Artich has had some conversation. I did have numerous conversations with Don Carnes and about 3 years ago about it. This formula was the same formula they used with the piggyback tax until when it was changed, and I don't know when, and I know that it was abided by for several years. But they changed it, and I can tell you for a fact, it was not changed per resolution language, which they said, which says right at the bottom of it, and it says on other language here that the Board of Commissioners agrees that these would be two public hearings held before the board changed the percentages. So that did not occur, and I don't think you can find that.
So just so I'm clear on the breakdown, the 10% township road maintenance and repairs and the 3% township bridges and culverts are just for the townships. The rest of this is for the county?
No, 50% went to county engineer for roads and bridges fund, 10% for the township road maintenance and repair, 15% went for capital improvement. I assume that, Charlie may tell you what that, but 20% went back to the county general fund. Health department got 2%, townships went back to 3% on bridges and culverts, which now that would make the townships 13% of that. But again, I think the right thing to do, and I feel confident in this, since we're squeezed where we're not able, we're losing, and the cost keeps going up and up, and we're asked to maintain the roads in the small townships and the large townships. It puts a strain on all of townships, and I'm willing to, where we go back to the same distribution amount, but I'd like to see discuss, be willing to sit down with the trustee association and discuss it.
Maybe 13% isn't enough. So.
It's better than what we're getting, we're getting nothing.
What does the piggyback
That's what I was gonna say.
entail?
That's the additional 0.5% in sales tax that the county elects. So when the voters approved it.
When was it approved, in 79?
I believe that's the case.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to increase any taxpayer burden on this, but
Yeah,
the way
no,
we divide it up.
This is money that's already being collected by the county dating all the way back to 1979 that goes into the county's general fund.
So it's a 7.25, this is 0.5.
That's right.
Yes,
Okay.
this is 0.5.
Help me too, if you would, because Jim's been in it longer than I have, and Charlie. The money that Green Township, Brad and I talked last night, okay? The money that Green Township gets right now towards our roads, is that part of that 149?
Yeah, well, the auditor sends that to our office.
Okay.
And Claudia pays that out based on the number of road miles you have in your
Okay.
township. So obviously Union, who has 60-some miles, is gonna get a lot more than Jefferson.
Yeah. Okay, I understand that, Charlie, but we're talking, that 149 amount, you said it's been ad infinitum forever.
Yeah,
So
I mean, at least 20 years.
does that increase to the townships?
No, it's been that way since.
So when that money's divvied out to the townships per mileage, that 149 stays stable?
The portion, the money that we're talking about here is the money that comes from the Ross County General Fund.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's what I was perceiving.
That's right.
So if the 149 goes to 16 townships, that's $9,312.50 a township.
Except to say the mileage plays a role.
Maybe,
If it's divided equally.
but it's not divided.
I know.
It's about a-
No, but
I'm trying to make.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
But I think that's the thing is that it's just not doing a lot for
Yeah,
the
it's-
townships. So if you guys are wanting to find some agreement here, I think that's where you look.
Well, that starts the conversation.
Well,
And then we
sir.
identify the need per township.
149?
It's,
I'm sitting here thinking, I'm doing that math and I'm saying,
It's not working.
well, does that increase like as the years go on but it's been stuck at 149?
Yeah, 149
Wow,
per
that's
township would be laughable.
ridiculous. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, it truly is.
yeah, well. I mean,
No, Jeff, I'm
Yeah,
not coming at you or I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying,
yeah.
when I do the math, I'm thinking, that's horrible.
Well, and I just want to say this in defense of this board. This is all news to them. I mean, they,
And Jim and I are not coming at you at all, guys. I don't think you know that.
We don't take it that way.
That has nothing to do with it.
We have a situation that.
Yes. I mean, gosh, the commissioners and the county engineer, you guys have been awesome to us. I want to make that clear, for a while. And I have no, and you know how I can be.
I know how you can be.
Yeah, you know how I can be.
I do want to say.
But I'm not doing that here.
And you guys know this, but I think it just needs to be part of it. This is not the only source of road revenue that the township gets.
Sure.
This is a source that
Sure.
has not kept pace.
Yes.
So, and that, Charlie, of course, can weigh in on that, but this is not the only opportunity.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that, Jeff.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that.
Yes.
You gotta
One of the
laugh.
things is, we need to find out when did it stop?
You gotta laugh at that.
We don't have, because right now, it shouldn't have stopped. Even if it stopped in the early 2000s, it shouldn't have stopped.
And the next thing we gotta identify was when it was plugged in, was it enough?
Yeah.
Because it's a different number today.
But 79, it was probably enough.
Well, I
But you're
think
still gonna have that percentage is still gonna be the same, but you're gonna have that more money because we have more money now. We're bringing in more money now than we did in 1970.
I can check the inflation rate.
Yeah, but, you can pull this in your files, all that conversation, all that meeting. There was 3 hearings meetings with the trustees when they put this on, when the commissioners asked them to support this. And this percentage was probably well thought of at that time for the needs. Even if that percentage hadn't changed as of today, it'd be very adequate for all of us. I mean, very adequate.
Yeah.
And I think this percentage reflects even maybe today's needs based upon the income and the cost. I mean, townships is, and I'm here for all the townships, not only my township, but you know what? My wife tells me You know, why are you out 83 years old running a snowplow at 3 o'clock in the morning? Well, we don't have enough funds to hire another guy to do that. And
he does, and he digs graves.
And I dig graves, and we just don't have the funds to do that. And I'm willing to do that as long as I can, but I'm not the only township. Larry Turner does the same thing in Franklin, and I don't know, Case, I mean, these are bigger townships.
We wouldn't
They have the personnel.
And I'm 75 and haven't led because of health, but I run a snowplow.
Yeah.
You know, I'm out there at the cemetery. I mean, I'm 75, guys.
So
I kind of like doing it, but I'm just saying.
I just would, I think this was, discontinued as it was. Should have been 2 hearings brought to it. I don't know why that never happened, but I know for a fact it didn't happen. You can do all type of research I have, talk to all these concerned people. I think Don Arledge will tell you the same thing. Jim Starr will tell you the same thing. Don Carnes will tell you the same thing, although Don at this point is suffering a little bit, but I talked to him 3 or 4 years ago about that. And I've researched it ever since, but I just, you know, why was it, I think that, again, like maybe they needed extra funds at that time, so well, we're gonna do this for a term or a year, or catch up a little bit, and then we forgot about it. New officers came in and said, well, I don't remember that, we're going to do that, or the Casey thing, you know, they done that. Well, once the fund was filled up, well, we forgot about the townships, and we forgot about the thing. I mean, you're talking about Harold Bennett said that the union cost them $200,000 a year. And you based that upon Casey's time when it was after the funds. That's big money. Uncle Harold, yes.
Are there any trustees who were trustees at that time that might be able to?
Yes, Guy McCorkle.
Who's that?
Guy McCorkle will tell you all about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need to have a meeting. We need to schedule a follow-up meeting as soon as we can.
Okay.
And I'd like you to be with us too. And everything that we can pin down that's paid by sales tax in our county budgets.
Well, it's gonna be hard to do that
In
because
categories.
all the sales tax goes into the general fund.
Right, I know it goes into the slush fund.
Well, so, you know, in the general fund, you got sales tax, you got property tax, you've got casino tax, you're gonna have solar farm pilot payments, you've got various fees. I mean,
Copy what you brought in.
general fund is just.
Pardon?
big
Mind if I
collection,
copy
right?
what you brought in?
No,
So I'm trying to figure out specifically.
What, you want the
what sales
minutes
tax
for that?
is. I don't know if there's a reliable way to do that.
Well, I think any effort towards that would be helpful. I mean, we don't know.
This is a minutes of that
Right now.
hearing.
You get all those news?
Educated a little bit on this.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll do what we can, but in the end, what you have is a big pot of money that has several different streams of revenue and it's divided. What we're really talking about is dividing it potentially in different ways.
That's it.
Yeah.
And we have to know where it's going to start with, so as
Yeah,
best we can.
And I was thinking in the Allen Creek in Cyber Township, I know they're a bigger township, they have more, but I imagine if they had they probably knew about this slip, they probably had residents going to say, hey, you guys may want to look at this. Well, they probably went out and looked at it and said, well, let's see how it does. We just don't have the revenue right now to deal with it. Maybe we get, if they had the revenue, they could have done something early.
That kind of gets back to what I think, Jack and Jim were out looking at it last week. The one on down the road, it'd be nice to be proactive and stiffen that one up a little bit because they could go to. But now, looking back, sometime, I can't remember, it was 01 or 02, the commissioners did build Veterans Parkway, which is a great investment, 11,000 cars a day now. So, and I think that they pretty much paid the lion's share of that. And, which at that time was close to $3 million. But it was after that is when they just totally cut the engineer's office out totally. And right now, our share of this would be $3 million a year, $6 million at my piggyback times 50%. But Again, I get back to, I guess, I understand discretionary thing with each township has their certain needs. But to me, I would like that little mini OPW, called the Ross County Public Works Commission, have something there. So when, and there'll be slips, there'll be more slips. He may be next. It may be out in Colerain Township where Charleston Pike goes through the forest. It may be down in Franklin Township where there's a lot of, somebody else is gonna have a slip. And it'd be nice that, if OPWC is extended their budget out, and it's not there, to have some place to go and get that money, and that's not a hardship on the totality of what you have to look at week in and week out with your budget. And maybe we got this little reserve here to do those things.
We just had a meeting with OVRDC and people that were attending that meeting that was about road repair and grant funding for it. And I'd like to give you this. This is a gentleman that came up to me. He was the USDA. And he has money that for these kind of things, not only for road repair, but for equipment. That maybe the townships could use, because that's, knowing you were on the agenda today, I was thinking about that, so.
He said they didn't use all the money.
Yeah.
They didn't use, nobody used their money.
So there's avenues to help us with this, and at least get started with some grant funding and then find a way for us to be sustainable with the efforts and work it into the budget. But the better our roads are, the more people like driving around here, the more money they're gonna spend here in our sales tax system. It's real simple trail of money, and it doesn't cost the Ross County residents a dime. Sales tax will come from out of county, buying our stuff. So, that is an opportunity that we can direct by improving the way our county is. So it's cause and effect. I'd like to create the cause.
Because are we agreeing to sit down and
Yes.
discuss this with who, what parties?
Do you want to participate in that, Phil?
If we do, we're gonna have to have. Yes, I would.
I will.
Okay, but so how do you want that effect? I can call a township association meeting. I'm gonna probably call one a regular meeting in April. And I know this is gonna be on the agenda, so if you want.
We should meet before that.
So we can do that. I can call a meeting at any time.
What I'd like to do, I don't want to, I know how meetings can shape apart if there's too many players.
That's true.
Especially at the initial one.
How about starting out with the president of each quarter?
That would us.
Yes.
I think because everybody has a voice, but we minimize the people talking.
Yeah, I agree. Jack, I appreciate your willingness. I do.
Well, we appreciate what you guys do.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, we do appreciate you guys. We appreciate not just this moment, but other moments we've had with you guys and Charlie.
Well, we put things together. I mean,
Yeah, we do.
when everybody's agreeing on it and we look for a way that we can both live with. It's enough for you, but it's not too much for us. We don't have to strip
Yeah,
other
you don't have
programs
to-
that are worthwhile to support.
You don't have to give the whole pie away, you can split the pie. Yeah. So, thank you. You let me know when you want that
Joe,
people
do
to
you
pull
have
together.
something else to add?
Well, the only thing I was gonna say, one thing that might be helpful is if you guys can communicate to the townships, maybe to have an identified list of road needs in your townships, so that they have an accurate picture of where the problems are.
And the
Well-
scale and scope of the problem.
Yeah.
And that's easy to do, but those change.
Yeah, but what I mean is just kind of a snapshot of
Yeah.
where each of the townships are, so that they have an idea of, okay, here are the areas of
Yes.
concern.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up at that meeting when we kind of set the parameters of how the county can assist.
Yeah.
And maybe, I don't wanna say limits, but I mean, there's gonna be things that the county can help with and there's things the county can't help with.
I think that's the thing, is that, you guys are gonna have your needs on your end, but they're gonna have the appropriation considerations on their side. And I think if you can give them an idea of the size of what you're talking about, that's gonna help them be more productive, would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and then that's what I figured we talk about in that first initial meeting. Now, I don't think we look at this as an expense to the county. I think we look at this as an investment in the county. So that's helpful to continue to talk about.
I think one of the things we need to look at is when did it stop and why did it stop? That's one of the things we need to look at. When did it stop and why did it stop? That's.
Well, I don't know the exact time. I have talked to those concerning people. I don't know when it stopped or why. All I can tell you, there wasn't the 2 public hearings to change the distribution.
Yeah, all we got is, we knew there was 3 commissioners thought this was a good idea.
Yes.
And then we had 3 commissioners that didn't think it was a good idea and then go through the process.
Well, either they had 2, at least 2.
At least
Well, yeah, there's 2. But, like Jeff says, I don't think you found any evidence that there was, the sale actually took place.
As far back as I can find, that formula was never applied, so this goes way back.
And I see the sense of it. There had to be some discussion and some real deep thought in putting this together.
So we want to get past.
Well, even the percentages, it's true.
We want to get past, that's why they put that.
Yeah, you may not find record, but I can tell you can talk to Guy McCorkle or Jim Starr. It was in fact for a period of time, and when it was changed different.
Maybe they'd be helpful at the first meeting.
Yeah, I'm sure Jim Starr is pretty good talking. If he's out there in the range of town.
Yeah, he is. Every time I see him, he's got to talk, tell me what's going on.
He lives out around Austin.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, he's still there.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, he's still there.
Let's tap these guys while we still got them. And when,
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. You call me when you want those trustees together and they'll be.
why don't you go ahead and find out what's good for the greater mass and we'll make arrangements.
Okay.
Well, then, you have a vice president of the association.
Yes, Jamie Barton.
Is it? Okay. I'm just curious. I didn't know that.
That's not stacking the deck, is it?
What's that?
Thanks, Jim.
2 guys from the same town, yeah.
Yeah, we gotta check in that, Charlie.
You're just one of those strong arm people that are out there.
I mean, I don't mean that in a.
No, I
See, we were just saying,
I'm sorry.
you recovered a storm.
Yeah, I got to trust that.
Okay.
Trustees, thank you, things they do. Free them, I'm glad you guys free them.
This must be about 60
I'm going somewhere.
He
He
serves
like meeting. 60 degrees.
We forgot.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Well, I wasn't. I'm not one.
I'll tell you one thing.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yes, see you guys.
Appreciate it.
We got that.
Thanks.
I was gonna nominate you for something else.
Thank you.
Thank God you did.
I think you understand it, I'm not sure.
How you doing anyway? Getting along good?
Oh, I am, Roger,
I know, thank you.
I'm sure David is.
The incisions.
Now I know why there was such a ruckus in here.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's
Have a
good.
good one.
You too.
How you doing, sir? Good to see you. I thought this was coming off.
Started about 6 months.
Gentlemen? Who you want?
Sorry to make the meeting.
You ain't jumping in there for nothing.
We went to 3 o'clock.
I'm on the agenda.
It's not new.
I'm here to support them all.
You don't even know why he's here.
Huh?
You don't even know why he's here.
Yes, I know why he's here. On the mass notification system. Leave your blood leak. I was waiting to see it.
Last time, whether it got.
You okay?
Everything good, House?
Everybody's home and you're doing good, so everything's good.
Sheriff's out there.
He's gonna sit in on this notification system.
So when I got one of those, I'm gonna make that up.
That was funny, because
I thought it was.
yeah, before someone else, I haven't called around.
I've got some surveys.
Okay, we have 11:30, let's go.
Kathy works over there.
Oh, yeah.
You guys got mad at me the other day when you.
Yeah, you should have thrown it out.
Said Kathy
Last
Rich,
week.
I tried to call her, didn't answer. So I walked over where
Jim?
her spot is.
Guy out French, and
There was a car parked there. I called the sheriff again, I said, you called us, because I thought it was somebody else that parked in her spot. I don't know she parked. No, it was Kathy's car too.
You wasn't out.
Can't drive both to work.
But I always got it.
Two steps.
Now I know which car it was.
Yeah.
You got it for us, sir.
Sheriff, want to come in on part of it. This is just voting in, this is something I just kind of had for LAPC membership. We voted in 5 new members.
Well, that's for you.
And then Michael and I switched positions for, he's now the chairman, I'm the chair. There's a little bit of contradiction between me. Signing the monetary papers as the chairman and as the director. That's just a copy of the resolution they put out the last time.
Oh, okay.
So I need a resolution for that and your signature, Jack. And that's just to send that to the CERC for the EPA.
Okay.
For new LEPC members.
Make a motion of those personnel.
So,
Second, all in favor?
Aye. Morning to you too, Sheriff. Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Feeling kind of woolly.
I thought that was coming off.
Yeah, it was, and then I decided to keep it. I'm gonna keep it until it gets warm and it comes off. Or let it grade all the way down to here.
Yeah, he's gonna try for ZZ Top.
You want me to copy that?
I think he's gonna play Santa Claus next year.
This is on the mass notification system. Our current one expires, it's with Inspiron Logistics. The system's called WINS. It expires April 25th. Wanting to explore switching it to a company that has a little bit more, a better online platform. I also made some comparisons there if you want to look at those. I spoke with the sheriff and then also Chief Myers on that. Our current costs are $7,685,000 as a county. Police department picks up $2,000 of that. I have Code Red, Everbridge, HyperReach, Civic Plus, and Civic Plus has 2 plans. Their basic plan is similar to the plan we have now. My recommendation would be the Code Red. It's just slightly more than we're paying now.
City is that now? So, I
Pardon?
dealt with this when I was mayor, Code Red. We were talking about that back in 20.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That's when they originally, I was asking Mark, how long have we even had this system up now? I mean, it helps. We get all the weather alerts and everything, which is great, I think, but if we could enhance, and I think that's what he's gonna talk to you about, if we can enhance how we can operate it and how we can use it and the benefit it would have of going forward, like if if you had a chemical spill somewhere, or if you had this, or a major traffic shutdown or something, and you could get people to avoid that area. I think you said they're reaching out to about 90% of the county
Well,
now?
right now, we're only hitting about 10% of the county.
Oh, 10%.
One of the drawbacks is that people have to sign up for it, so you've got to get the word out for people to sign up. With these newer systems, all these newer systems, they have access to, there's some regulations on being able to input 911 data to build a database. They can do that based on the severity of the situation though. It is still a sign-on where people can sign up for the system, but they also have, these more modern companies have access to purchase lists or contact information. We can also supply them lists to build a bigger database and to reach more people. My goal would be to hit about 80 or 90% of people. They can also put in landlines. Now, once people receive messages, they do have the option to opt out. But for the severe, say it was a tornado that was coming, and if you read my first, well, that's on the next topic of discussion, but like tornadoes, we hit a new tornado record in Ohio this year. Something like that would override the systems where they would automatically be notified because of the inherent risk. You can also use it for Amber Alerts. Now, we wouldn't do like Amber Alerts out of Columbus. Some places get Amber Alerts from all over the state. They would be local. Say we had a local child kidnapped. The sheriff's department put out an Amber Alert. It would only affect the people in Ross County unless he wanted it to go further. But it would also affect people driving through the state or through the county. So somebody's passing through from Indiana, they would get that alert on their phone.
George, why does that Everbridge look familiar?
Because Everbridge at one time we talked about Everbridge and we talked about Code Red. I can remember those two specifically, but Everbridge was overpriced. I mean, for what we.
But you guys had a contract with them for something. Maybe it's not, maybe it wasn't this, no?
But if you look at their,
Yeah, they're almost double.
yeah, HyperReach is a super system,
I
Civic
just remember
Plus.
that name, Everbridge.
I do too, but
The really expensive ones are really good systems, but again, you're talking more than double the cost. I talked to Paul Minnie, because he said when we were gonna switch last year, I'd run it by him right after I took over. And he said Code Red was like $20,000 at the time. Well, they've come down. They're actually right now they're 12 to 13,000. They're giving us a 23% discount. The first year would be 10,008. The second year they knock off $1,000. All of them except for HyperReach knock off fees for the subsequent years, because the first year includes all the programming, the training, putting the database together. So my recommendation is the Code Red. The additional cost to the county is $2,169 per year. Would be $3,169 the first year, but that's for the subsequent years. And then just because the county encompasses the city's already part of it, but just to kind of ease the administrative the administrative accountability and the oversight, I think it would just be easier if we take care of their portion. And the first year it would cost as a county an extra $5,200 and an extra $4,200 the subsequent year to cover the entire county.
So the city won't have to pay their bill.
Or
they ain't paying the bill now.
Or you can keep it to where they pay the same, or we can divide it, I guess, figure out a third. But it's kind of a system for the county, so that's entirely up to you.
are they, do we know if they're paying the 2,000? I mean, if they're paying 2,000 of it, at least you're getting that out of them. I mean.
We did when I was mayor. I can't speak.
Yeah.
I think, did you receive something from them recently?
I have not received a payment from them, no. I received a request on how much they owed.
Okay.
And that.
You received one of them before, right?
You get a lot of
Before
them,
they pay.
you get a lot of them who just want the checks attached to it, but.
Don't send me a check.
But I think what Mark's proposing here is a good idea, but I'm telling you what, we really have to come into a marketing plan. If only 10% of the county is getting this, we need to up those numbers because, I mean, in cases of emergency and the storms coming and stuff like that, I mean, this is a system that we want everybody to be on, you know, or as many as we can, because what they're gonna complain about, well, guess what? The siren didn't work, and you know, the siren was so antiquated that who even hears them anymore? You know, they just don't work. Antiquated.
I like the way you said it.
Yeah, you gotta dump me there for a while.
Yeah, they're so
I was trying to
antiquated
figure
that,
that.
I was thinking of too, but they're so antiquated that people, when they fail, people don't understand that. They don't know, but they'll sure blame you real quick about it.
And all these systems are tied in directly to National Weather Service, so it's just like now, if Weather Service puts out something, it would automatically notify everybody there. So I think the potential to increase our registrar or database to get more people, like I said, I'd like to shoot for 90%. I mean, it'd be great if we could get 100%, but, so that's one thing. Also with increased man-made events, you know, hazardous materials, which this ties in directly to the Cameo system. So say, you know, we have a crash out on 35 and a hazardous material is released. Our hazmat team has a computer on board. We're sponsoring Cameo training where we all can have, the first responders can have it on their laptops. We can have it on our laptop. It would mostly be the hazmat team. And we have a release. They can do weather analysis right from their hazmat trailer that would hook directly into the system. And they, based on, say, the wind, they know the plume or the direction the plume's going to travel, how far of an evacuation zone. We can notify the people within that plume area to, you know, shelter in place or evacuate or whatever the message is we need to get out. Also, countywide, you know, if there's a countywide water issue, boiling alerts, things like that. It has a lot more built into the system that you can do notifications for non-emergencies, county parades, the fair, things like that. But I don't want to get to the point where we use it and it's kind of like a little boy that cried wolf, where people get so many notifications they don't even pay attention.
This should be an alert.
Right.
So what does the coverage percentage, instead of 10% with the winds, what is code red? What do you guys?
It just depends on the system we build and what we input into it. There's also a way that the sheriff, you know, if he had a response team, I think you guys have a system now to say there was a riot at the prison and he needed to notify all his people. We can set up groups to where he could just notify his people to respond, you know, or get response time. What would your response time be to the prison or whatever?
Methods of text message on the cell phone.
This does social media, does cell phones, does landlines. Again, I've got the packet I just put this together for you, but I have the packet. But the other thing it would do makes it easy. You know, I would control the training, make the contacts with the company. They would take care of training the sheriff's department, the police department. You know, anybody that we would give access to it.
So bigger and better than winds at $2,100 more a year.
Right.
What you're saying.
Civic, you can see down there, Everbridge, Hyper-Reach, they're around 17 to 20. Civic Plus, their max is 22 to 23,000. So it's.
How long will this contract be for?
They will do at least 1 year. They said if we get a multiple year, they may give us additional discount. They'll also implement the program now, since we don't expire until April 1st. They would give us a couple months free just to get us set up, get the training set up, get the program on the contact list.
And the letter has to be sent to.
I have to notify
Within 45 days.
logistics within 45 days, so sometime by mid-February.
I would like to see, if we're gonna do this, a multi-year contract, then better than a one-year contract. Because right now, we're looking at Code Red, and it's a 10/8/54, but then we'll go down for the next year to 9/8/54. We drop down $1,000. After that year, it may go $15,000.
Right.
So I would like to have a set.
And I made a notation there also, will go up slightly. I don't know how much. He didn't give me a quote, but it will go up slightly. Because we're beyond that 3-year contract.
So,
Because we had how long was the contract with the first one? 3 years?
With Wins, it was 3 years.
Let's see what Code Red will give us a contract for 3 years.
They will.
And take that price down a little further.
We could even do 5. I mean, if you want to
Well,
in that
let's go 3 years. We may not like these people. You may come back up again in another 3 years and say, hey, I don't like these. Let's try something like that.
that was my first choice 10 years ago, I remember that. There. And by the way, let's, do we send an invoice to the city for $2,075?
Kathy already
I
got it.
don't know, that's,
I have not sent.
Oh, yeah.
Let's start sending them an invoice.
do we want to keep their share the same, raise it?
Whatever proportionally it is with the increase in price.
It's not quite, right now, I don't think it's quite a third.
Because there's new equipment, new range. Right?
Right.
Yeah, proportionally, whatever the increase in cost overall.
So move forward with that.
I think so, right?
Yes.
The next is the hazard mitigation plan. We had a meeting last week. It mostly involves, that's 2020's plan. I sent you both the links and the invitations. I'll explain it here in a minute. There are 3 surveys online that you can fill out. All these. And this is something you can do after we leave here. This is the plan. This is the plan that was put in place, or the projects that were put in place for 2020. So basically what we need to do is fill this out. You either do it by hand or you can go online and fill it out. You guys and the engineer would probably be the only one that would know what was put in place. But we need to know whether each plan was completed, if it was deferred, if they deleted it, if we decided not to do it. But you need to do it by hand and give it back to me, scan it, send it back to me, just to let me know what was done. We still get credit for your attendance for the meeting if you do the surveys. For each person that attends, we actually get in-kind contributions for that. Then there's also a goal survey, an integration survey, and a hazard survey. That's for upcoming.
Notice he's handing all this to me.
Those are all, there's a copy for each commissioner there.
Oh,
But they're also online. If you do it online, go back to my email, or I can resend it to you. There's a link in that. For those surveys, the main one right now is the one that has last plans, projects on there. We need to know whether they were completed or where we are in the process. If we just disregarded, decided not to do it. And then the other ones are for upcoming projects that you would like to see to help mitigate some of the issues for the county. Did I give you the Ross County plan?
Yeah. To the 2020.
Yeah. So these are the projects that we've been talking about. You may have them. That one needs done. There's not any time requirement on it, but if you can get those done, probably the next couple weeks. And then I'm gonna speak with the engineer and see if I can get his input, because you guys are the only ones that would probably know if those projects have taken place. Then the meeting for February, March is another mandatory meeting. I think we invited 110 people. We had 31 show up. So all those people that showed up will actually get in-kind contributions towards our portion of the grant. Which kind of worried me because right after we got our first invoice, they froze the grants, the federal grants. They just rescinded that.
Is that what,
Yeah, they rescinded that, so we should be okay on that. Any questions on those, you can just give me a call. We can talk about those. You can either fill them out with, like I said, by hand and scan them to me and I can send them up, or if you do them online, they go directly to Burden Planning. Do you have any questions on those?
say the individual have most of the information on this?
I would assume. Each township, or the township's projects were incorporated into that, and then each village and the city have their own projects. I think we had 2 village mayors there, so I'm gonna contact the other village mayors and meet them in person and tell them what I need on that also.
I'm just thinking, if I'm looking at some of these, then I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Coordinate rain and stream gauges.
And then in that, in the 2020 plan that I submitted there,
Stream gauge
And you gotta pass it off this.
yeah, they're probably listed in that 2020 plan also. But there's also an online copy in that same email.
Okay.
And that's a plan that's required by FEMA every 5 years for the county to be able to be eligible for any type of federal funding due to project planning for disasters, natural disasters, or also should we experience a natural disaster.
But the dam emergency action plan update data for dams without EAPSs or no current.
We have 8 dams that are overseen by Ohio Department of Natural Resources. But right now, we do have 1 dam that I was contacted by Ohio Department of Natural Resources over on Whiskey Run. Baxter Logging has 2 dams that are about to overflow. Right now, they're in litigation with the county court. They've been fined up to, I think, $122,000 because they failed to do what they've been court ordered to do. Have you heard anything about that one?
I didn't even know there was even a dam on Whiskey Run, don't have a clue where.
I think they're,
Dam would be.
the next step, I think, is the judge will probably put one of the Baxters in jail. They don't want to put both of them in jail. That's coming up sometime in February. But they started to fix the one dam. They got down to the bedrock and they couldn't go any further, so they quit. And then the other spillway on the other dam, they actually filled in. So that's kind of some of the stuff that this affects, because, should that break, I think it's 8 minutes before it hits the first residence, which is actually the Baxters, their own residence. And then within 15 minutes, it'll be all the way down to.
So this dam is on what water?
They have two dams, 2 lakes on their, or 2 ponds on their property.
Okay, so it's dams.
It's on the logging property.
Okay.
What was happening was they were keeping the dams drained because there was a sand company that was using it for sand mining or something. And they were actually removing the water. Well, now that they're not removing the water, there's nowhere to get the water out and the spillways aren't sufficient. And that was just brought to my attention a couple weeks ago.
So the,
I thought you were talking about land, dams like on Paint Creek and North Fork and.
Well, ODNR governs those 8.
Right, yes.
how many dams do we have?
8.
8?
8 that are overseen by ODNR. But that's kind of what this kind of deals with this plan, that kind of natural stuff. So if you have any questions on the mitigation plan, you can get with me. The other thing, the one last thing, I just had a proposal. I brought a proposal to you last year on the EOC and commandeer in the break room, which was rejected, so I have a new proposal there. Without going through it all, you can read it there, but my main plan, I would like to take over the offices below our current office. I don't know if there's plans to put anything in there with this remodel and also with losing the contractors that we have there. But to turn that space downstairs into my office and Josh's office, and that would leave the entire second floor where we currently are as the EOC. And then in time of emergency or activation, we could take over the break room and bathrooms just during that emergency situation.
Do we have contracts with the occupants of those offices below you?
I don't know. No.
We use it for the cleaning service.
See, I thought it was clean.
We heard a rumor that they were building a little command center for you out at the Union Township Firehouse.
That's,
Heard anything about that?
yeah, I talked to Kim, it's hard to see this week. I talked to the chief last year and it was more or less for a temporary EOC. I don't know how far along they are in their process. They were gonna build a little dispatch area.
What's part of building barracks for?
They were building a training room, they were building some, I don't know, a couple like dorms, a little kitchenette for their own use. And then we want to know if I would want to use it as like we needed an alternate EOC. So it's an alternate EOC that would work, but it wouldn't be the county EOC. And I think he wanted my input on that, and he wanted my support on that, which I wrote a letter of support to him, to one of the representatives, more or less, so he could get funding, because he could show that it had more uses than that. So it wouldn't technically be the EOC, it would be an alternate EOC. So if we couldn't use the EOC, we could temporarily work out of there.
Yeah, they haven't come and talked to us about that yet, so I just want to touch base with you to see if they have contacted you.
And I think that was more to get their funding approved. Like I said, Kim and I talked about it. But this way, we have almost absolutely no cost in it. They're gonna remodel anyways. I talked to the guy that was over there from one of the companies giving estimates that they're gonna remodel that anyways. They're gonna take out, I think, that sliding window.
At the service center or?
At the service center,
Okay.
but it works perfect because we control that door anyways. And it's right there. The other thing is, I made note there in my IOC, makes it ADA compliant. Right now, we're not ADA compliant. So if we had someone come to the EOC, we could actually put them in, say, our office.
That might be the spot for when we talked about the title office this morning.
I'm concerned with the durability of that building in inclement weather, tornadoes, high winds. I don't think we're gonna worry about flooding there, but command center should be something that holds up when stuff is falling. And I don't know a place to recommend or even open up the discussion to, but
Armory.
Well, I know when I brought it up
The walls are
the
like
last
2 foot
time.
thick.
I know, that's
I
a
mean,
great
the walls are
idea.
2 foot thick and
All I got was hearsay through Josh and through Mr. Garrett was the fact that there's nowhere to put us and nowhere to build and nowhere to take over.
I said, you can have an office in the armory. Like I said, their walls are 2 feet thick.
They got no plans for downstairs.
And like I said, they got no plans.
It wouldn't cost anything though, to put our office down there, a little extra furniture.
Yeah, but it's already spoken for.
Who's gonna be doing
The cleaning staff is. They've got to have a place to operate in that
Yeah.
building.
mean,
That's who's been in there, that's why.
well, I know, but all they really need is just a room. I mean, they need to store their supplies. I don't know why they need an actual office. I mean, here we are county employees, we don't have sufficient space.
Well, they're county employees too, they're contracted county employees.
So, or back to my other option is to take over that break room and give the Job and Family Services the break room that's downstairs is not being utilized as a break room.
Well, that title department office is coming available. I mean, like I said earlier, I haven't been over there and I'm planning on going over there and looking around.
It's better space, and
That'd be a better
accessible.
space.
The things got accessible and everything over there.
Right, if he's moving out of there to go into the other place, that's perfect.
You got bulletproof glass.
Well, but you also got, I think you got 3 separate offices in there. Counter space, I mean, it could all be changed or whatever, but that's a much better piece. That's a much better office than that code room that you're talking about. There
Then Jordan can use his space for records.
you go.
Yeah, I think we need to explore.
Yeah, I didn't know that was coming up.
Yeah.
But one way or
we
the
gave
other,
it till this
we
morning.
have to have something better than the situation we have now. And then you can see the equipment that we've purchased to make it usable, and obviously we can do that anyway.
That's sure on the end of the building. For whatever advantages that holds.
Trailer,
Yeah.
I'm tired of asking about the trailer.
Okay. You're gonna like this, the figures that I threw out the last time. I think I can do it for maybe less than 5 or nothing. Meigs County EMA is gonna bring the trailer up to Pike County EMA Wednesday. We're all gonna meet over there. Once the trailer gets there, he's got a hanger, I think he can put it inside. He gets a lot of his funding from Department of Energy, so I'm starting to attend the meetings in Pike County because of the atomic plant. And we're less than 25 miles from there. So if something affects them, it's probably gonna affect us also. He has some radio groups down there that are building radios for him right now and are willing to take it on. So it's gonna be moved from Meigs County EMA to Pike County EMA since it's a regional project. I'm still gonna oversee it, but the Pike County EMA director is gonna get his people to try to put the communications trailer together. So we haven't dropped that on Ohio.
It's only been working in for a while now,
I'm not even.
Paul got the trailer and, he got the trailer now, pretty much all of it. What's the trailer? You got the tags for it.
Hopefully after Wednesday, we can
figure something out.
That's started. But it's more probable than where it is right now.
So you need, a yea or nay on that code red? I mean, I know you don't have a
Since it is a 3-year contract.
formal contract, but you need direction to tell them or.
It would be just with the PD. They'll draw up the contract. I think the last contract was signed by commissioners.
I like the sound of that.
The other thing would be just the PD's portion. If you want to increase their portion or keep it the same or take it over. I didn't think.
Is the PD different than the city?
Pardon me?
Is the PD different than the city or is it all one bill? Usually.
It's all one. It's just paid through by the police department. It didn't seem like too much for us to cover, but that way it just alleviated all the administrative hassle.
New contract, new day for billing split, so. That's kind of a bit more.
The contract has to go through Jeff Marks, am I right, Brad? That's good through Brian.
And I'll get with Clint also there.
Sounds good. Got anything else for us?
Good with you? Sure.
You're on next for the.
Software.
Yeah.
Update.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here's a request for the traffic market.
Show for more.
It's got a bunch of paper in there. Who's that doing?
She's a new reporter,
She's a new reporter.
I think.
She's from the health department,
Huh?
From the health
she's from the health department.
Oh,
That
that's what I
was
said.
Destiny Forrest. That's a new reporter.
That's not.
No, that's not the recorder.
That's what I'm saying, new reporter.
She was up there with Mark when we came up, wasn't she? She was sitting out there.
I thought she was with him or not.
It said she was like a public, something with EMS through the health department,
Okay,
is what she introduced herself as.
I think she was with.
Somebody else that'll show up on the scene.
She said she'd been here for 6 months.
I thought she was the news reporter.
Different group.
She just redid her hair, that's what I got in there. See how much I paid attention.
Yeah. So I got a request for meeting attending for Mark Thompson for the degree management training course in Fairfield County EOC in Lancaster on February 6th at no cost.
So moved.
So, all in favor? Aye. Oh, you giving me your homework?
No, that's,
Is that something different?
comes from the sheriff.
Oh.
Oh, I don't need to sign it, do I?
Is this what we're talking about?
Yep, it's a contract, it's been reviewed by Jeff Marks and approved by him. It's it's 2 different software platforms with one company. One's for our field training program for patrol, corrections, and dispatch. Everything would become electronic. Currently, we're using a paper and notebook.
Smoke signals?
Yes. The other one is an electronic scheduling software, so again, no more paper and smoke signal, work logs and overtime, leave slips, everything will be done digitally. Kristen's looked at it, it does import with the county's current payroll system, so reduce her workload significantly as well.
You got money in your budget for that?
Don't like that vote.
No, we got trim, but no, it's something that's well needed. I mean, especially right now with the training that we're supposed to have. Listen, just hear me out.
Answer the question, yes or no, you have money in your budget for
So let's set everything.
So, I mean, it helps us with our training and all that. So will we make it? I'm hoping to. I'm hoping that we can purchase this out of our budget going forward, and then we'll incorporate it in the next years to come. Okay. So, but we think we're gonna get, we did cut some money from our, Axon cameras, and we're hoping to get a grant funding on the Axon cameras. So that'll help offset our budget as long as that gets put back into our budget. And I think through those money saving measures, we should be able to do that. Since we're trying to save the county money.
You're not saving me money if you want to spend money.
We gotta get out of the pen and paper. I mean.
Why?
Huh? Why? Because it's the cost of doing business. You're having people do things 2 and 3 times, duplicating 2 and 3 times. We have people that get records, and you gotta go find the records, and then you gotta submit the records, and then you gotta do all this stuff where this is all platform where it's submitted once it's signed into. I mean, it will update itself.
So this has a year one price of $14,389.38, a year two total of $13,225, for a combined expense of $27,614.38 for the 2 years.
Correct.
What happens year 3?
It's up for renewal.
That's the renewal. So that 13,000 is the year after year renewal?
We'd have to talk to the
negotiate
company.
it again?
Yes.
Will they go more than 2 years out?
I don't know.
Well, I guess it's a true way to evaluate it too, and make sure it's.
Are we thinking about obsolescence of software?
Pencil's gonna come back.
Yeah. AI is gonna.
Pen pencil's going forever.
No, it's not.
Our days,
I'd rather see a piece of paper in front of me than me trying to look it up on.
our days are gone. We're old.
I like to feel,
We're old.
I still like to feel what's going on.
Okay. Pick up your computer screen. You'll feel what's going on, okay? That's today.
If you don't believe in Kimball, you read books. So that's the cost.
Should we come in?
Hey, how are you? You have that in your budget. You will have that in your budget. So.
Should.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
There we go. So you signed the second page, George?
There's 2 spots to sign for the county.
So you won't have to overtime slips, nothing like that, no, have to just do it on the computer.
On the computer, electronically sent to your supervisor, there's no, I turned it in and did my laws.
Have better record read.
I turned it in, but it got lost in the computer.
Well, and then
Space somewhere.
it takes the fight away from them too. Well, you know, I asked the sergeant about having this day off and he never did get back with me. Now you can look on the calendar and it's
You're
gotta
on the
be,
calendar now.
it's still gotta be approved. Okay. I'm not arguing with you.
I'm just. Okay, sure.
You got a basketball game tonight?
Yeah.
You notice St. Trace?
Going to Chillicothe.
Well, you're lucky because I've run you out.
I tell you, I don't make.
I'll run you out of jail. That'll be a good game between St. Trace and United.
I was in, Piketon. Some lady started screaming and yelling and I was gonna throw her out. She goes, "You're not gonna throw me out." And I said, "Well, I'll call the sheriff." She goes, so I know the sheriff. I'm thinking, I'm in Pike County.
She probably knows the sheriff better than you do.
I said, I know the sheriff there too.
You get arrested, let me know. I got Tracy's phone number.
See, I think I got his phone number too. I'm not sure.
Have you guys signed this already? Have you signed this already?
I don't, no, I think that's the one he got back. Give me a sign.
Yeah, you sign it and then I'll stick it in your box after I put it in the minutes.
Okay. Sign under here.
Yeah, that's for the company, so.
So I need to look at that. The find out about that. Resolution at 30 seconds. It does that, but it also misreference back.
That's an attempt.
I look at it. That's one thing you hear, but see, it's, yeah. Right? He says,
Thank you.
Thanks for the bin box.
Did you need that?
I'll take it if you don't want it.
Hi, folks, how we doing?
Great, how are you?
Very good.
Are we next on the agenda?
That one. You're next on the agenda.
147. See if you make a copy. We can get a copy of this. Does this have anything to do with it?
Are we, Coach, can we come to this?
Sure, yeah.
All righty.
Is this what Jim gave you today?
Part of it.
I don't have that, so take it. Off.
See you again. I'm using RD Holder. How we doing? How we doing?
Hello, I'm Cindy. Good, how are you?
How we doing? How we doing?
Yes, sir.
I have an appraisal that Brad asked for. I don't know, who should I give this to?
Brad.
That makes sense. Actually, I wasn't sure that was Brad. I've talked to him on the phone and I
You
didn't
never-
know what he looked like.
You've never done it?
No. I was making him know he was friendly to me when I came in. I'm like, I don't think that's who that is. Okay.
What's the appraisal on that? For that?
This appraisal actually has three different things. It has the house, it has the hangar, and it has the leasehold interest in the airport. So you're only gonna be interested at this point in the house, and it showed it at 265. The reason why we're here today is in part to talk about this right of first refusal that the county commissioners have. So as part of that, I think Brad said that if you're going to consider it, you need to have two appraisals, and this is the appraisal that our lender had done. So, anyway, you're welcome to it if it helps at all.
We're in day 5 of the 30-day.
Yes, yeah. And so I don't know if you guys know already, but we've got 30 days to decide, and it's certainly up to you. I don't know if we want to start. I don't have anything really, formal to talk to the county today about, but I just wanted to meet with you and on behalf of TRM to say that the transfer has occurred. The membership interest in the shares had occurred last Tuesday. And so Ryan McDaniel and Duncan Oil are now the owners of TRM. But we want to open up communications with the county because we're new in town. And we want to make sure, and I'm here with Ryan McDaniel. I think you just met him. Of course, you know Stan. I also brought along our CFO for Duncan, and that's Michelle Smith, and then Ken Kilgore.
Cindy's right. We just want to make sure that we get off on the right foot. If there's something or a vision or direction you guys are wanting to go, we just want to make sure that we're not going opposite of that. We want to work together and be on the same page. And like Cindy said, as far as our team, really quick, Stan, who would be running the business. This gentleman, Ken Kilgore, is my number 2. And this is my CFO, Michelle. So these two are pretty much the face of Duncan if something happened to me, I'm not here.
And Michelle is also the CFO for TRM now also. So, and Ryan is the president, and then Stan is the chief operating officer.
I think privately from our side, the first year, little changes we could do would be a good thing because the employees were a little bit nervous. And my job is to make sure that they know Stan and I just want to continue the operation. We're not trying to create anxiety for anybody. Just want to continue the business.
Well, I think from our perspective, we certainly acknowledge the transition with Duncan Oil and TRF and respect it. We have been looking at what we want to do with the airport. And I think that from where we stand right now, we're wanting to stabilize things and find out what we want to do with the airport. And we're considering hiring a consultant to look at the opportunities that are out there at the airport. So, in terms of, you being the FBO, I think we're okay with that for a limited period of time. And maybe 1 or 2 years. And let's find out what we need to find out. And then, you know, everything's been going good and everything, and I can't speak for the other 2 gentlemen, but in my heart of hearts, if we do make a change in FBO, we will not make a change in his employment. Stan's shown a lot of loyalty to us over the years, and that's recognized and appreciated.
Thank you for
So, but we figured, you know, you're our partner right now in terms of the fuel. And we do have specific things in mind for the airport growth. We just need to know if they're possible or financially feasible.
Sure.
Or we should just keep on keeping on. And that's what we need to find out. And I think that's the responsible approach with that. Because we do recognize the gem we have in airstrip capabilities, location logistics for Southern Ohio with the tree highway split that's just to the south of the airport. The number of manufacturers that utilize inbound shipments and was proved out over COVID, where we were stopped when the truck stopped. That airport aircraft deliveries became a thing.
Yeah.
And you guys handled that very well. So does that mean a cross dock, a warehouse, forklift capabilities, storage capabilities? You know, passenger travel. We have a lot of people come in on jets from corporate headquarters of Kenworth and Excel. It used to be me. They were frequent people coming in. So, you know, with that kind of dabbling experience, we just want to see as Ross County grows, how the airport grows. So we want to stay ahead of it. So.
I think that you're on the same page as Duncan is, and I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we've already talked about this. We really would like to be part of that conversation because it could be that you have the very person that could help you, the very company that could help you there now. But this is the county's airport, and TRM is the FBO, the manager, and it needs to do what the county wants it to. And so if you want to expand, if it's feasible, it would be great if you already have the right company in hand. But if we can't work together, we need it to work for the county, and that's why TRM is there. And so anyway, I know that Duncan and TRM would love it if the county commissioners came out and wanted to tour the airport and just meet the people that are there and see how it's run. It's really a lovely place. So we'll try and coordinate that if the commissioners and anyone else is interested, maybe in the springtime when it's not cold or whatever. You can come out whenever you want to, but if you want sandwiches, it would have to probably be when, we have the open house. Unless they start serving food there. But, Duncan, we have convenience stores. We have a construction company. We provide all different fuels. We have an environmental arm. We have a lot of things that are already under the umbrella of Duncan that could really help to grow this. And as far as marketing is concerned, Ryan, that is his forte. And so anyway, it would be great. And we just want to have a cordial working relationship with the county. We want you to know that.
On the same token, if there's anything we're doing now that's driving them nuts.
If there's anything that you'd like to see improved, like if right now something you want to have changed, let's talk about it and we'll make it happen.
I think that we are pretty hot to get pilot lessons out there. And we have instructors and planes from Lancaster. We want to send 3 planes down and instructors, and they make money off of the pilot lessons. And they have 17 planes and 14 instructors at Lancaster, and it's just getting a little crowded up there. But they need a hangar to put their planes. Which is, we've got all the hangars pretty much.
So all the key hangars for
with a 10-person waiting list.
So I think, might have Next natural question is, what's the plans for the big hangar? You know, that's yours, not ours.
Let's see how this year goes, and if you have this opportunity, let's talk about it.
Well, is it usable? I mean, would you rent it to people? Because we had a guy that, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think that, Stan can add more color if he needs to, or if I'm going another direction, but I believe the vision that we're trying to achieve is slowly building our avionics service side where we can really start to provide some employment to some young kids who don't want to go to college, who maybe don't, or like me, want to work with their hands. We could really get behind something and kind of create something I think that's kind of unique and different and create a career for a young man that he hasn't for the next 30 years.
It's big money too. I mean, that's a well-paying job. You're talking about annuals and things for the planes, yeah. And getting somebody out of maybe Wilmington might be a good start to teach.
Like right now, so you see it from our perspective, we need feedback from you guys. This is, Stan has the most experience, but full disclosure, you know, there's a learning curve for us. But fundamentally, yeah, we want to grow it. What does that mean without being funny? It means more jobs, more income. And then the next question is, how do we do that? That's where I'm a humble guy. I'll listen to ideas. But the service side, when he spoke on that, I'm like, I picked up on that. I'm like, yes, we could do this.
And really, you need a heated hangar to do that. Having something where you lose all the heat inside on cold weather days when you open the doors.
Yes.
Put piping under the floor with hot water and pretty much solved, you got the right kind of.
So I apologize. I wasn't trying to skirt your question.
No, mechanics, a good mechanic and a good aviation shop is another way that Jim, you know, he had a certified aviation shop and it worked well. He had good people in there. I don't know what's still there.
We still have it exactly the same,
you
same
know,
people, same certification.
It brought business, and having a good mechanic is probably even more important because they all have to be annual every year. I guess my question was more about the use of the hangar now, because as Stan knows, there's a lot of local people here that fly. And some of them have gotten bigger than just general aviation. They've gotten bigger planes that don't fit into the T hangar. And the local manager of the car dealership here in town, he and one of the local doctors had bought a plane together and wanted to store it in the hangar. And they were told no. So they left, and they went to Circleville. So somehow, am I right, Stan?
Yeah, I was letting you talk, so, I said no. And I said no because I didn't have Jim to kick it to, and, for me to make, because that's a commitment, it would have to be a lease agreement. We got other activities in that hangar. I mean, Medflight 1 hangars in there, so they have to be able to get in and out, unimpeded. The other thing too is we have the avionics section in there. The aircraft come in, they get service, whatever. They need to be able to get in and get out. So, you know, there's things to consider. Other thing to consider, I had to concern myself with, what's our insurance say about that kind of, I mean, right now it's, this, we have, they know about Medflight, we have Medflight covered. They know about our avionics section, but who's covering the insurance for that private aircraft setting in there? I was just concerned legally what we're protected to do. And that's a big airplane. I don't know if you ever saw it.
It is big.
It sucks up
That's
a
why
lot
you
of
can't go in the
space.
T hangar.
That's why it's gonna suck up a lot of space in the, you know.
But I've been around that airport enough to know that at times there were 5, 6, 7 planes in there. Jim
There's about 13.
kept his, his big plane in there.
Yeah.
So I know there was room for it. I guess what I'm trying to say is we need to understand what you're willing to do so that we have people ask. This guy called me and said, "Can you do anything about it?" That's when I called Stan and says, "No, we don't want them in there. I can't do it." So then I'm, what do I tell them?
The other concern I had is T hangars, they can access the T hangar anytime. I don't know if I was concerned about the legality of someone having access to the hangar after hours when nobody's there because you have a med flight in there, it has medical supplies in there. You got our avionics session there with all their tools. So I had a lot on my plate to consider. And I just didn't feel
And that's-
confident.
That's fair, that's fair, but
Yes.
you didn't tell me that, I never heard that till just now.
So that medical helicopter stored in there too, right? And they wheel it out when I take
Yeah.
off. So, yeah, we have we have to do some maneuvering here before we.
There was a provision in one of the amendments about a second hangar. And I'm just curious whatever happened with that. Apparently,
Jim didn't have the money.
okay. Is that something that the,
Do you know the whole history on that hangar, why it was built? You know, went back and forth. It was actually built for Malcolm, what was Malcolm's last name? He owned Mills Pride in Waverly. And he had a huge plane that he would fly in, his work plane. He would stay here for days at a time, and he never had a place to put it. So Jim actually got the commissioners through the CIC to help get funds to build the hangar. And the hangar was built, Malcolm stored his plane in there, Jim stored his plane in there, there were other planes in there, and that was before avionics. I think they just had the mechanic shop then. Were you here then? No. So that's how the hangar got built, and that's what, it was really kind of for Malcolm, because Malcolm brought a lot of business, and he was willing to pay a nice premium to put his hangar in there, because he had a lot of money. What's that?
Malcolm still around?
Nope, leave going. He's going to the big airplane in the sky. But, yeah, but that's how it got built. But we've got other folks in the community that are talking to us about building hangars. You know, we've heard through the grapevine that Mid-Flight would like to have a hangar of their own too, you know, and not be put in the big hangar. I mean, there's all kinds of talk from pilots. I don't know if you're familiar with many pilots, but they're a small group. And here, there's 8 or 10 of them that are pretty active, that go to lunch, and, you know, you see Steve and, you know, those guys, the guys I'm talking about, you know them all.
I think we should meet with those guys.
yeah,
You know, us and you, and just kind of have a come together session and get to know each other. And listen to what they have to say and what they'd like to see.
Just throwing something against the wall, just don't read into it, don't log onto it. But I'm assuming you guys, do have the ability, and then the question is, would you want to, would it be something if Duncan funded the hangar, would the county work on a long-term lease where we could recover our investment and kind of figure out how many people want to store their plane, what can we charge them? Stanton could, he's like, Ryan, I don't want to do that, I'm just throwing something out.
Those are certainly things that we've already talked about and we've been talking about for months, you know, even before Jim passed.
Okay.
You know, because the big hangar has been kind of special, only certain people or certain things could get in there. And we have these other folks clamoring for stuff. They were wanting to, the people that I'm talking about have the money to do it themselves. You know, they would want a lease agreement for the property for so many years. They built their own hangar and then they control who goes in and
I
out
see
of
what
it.
you're saying, so they're gonna build a whole bunch of lot and then.
They'll build,
lease
yes,
guys.
they'll do their own thing. They'll put a couple planes in it. You know, there's two, like I said, you got surgeons, you got engineers, you got guys with a lot of money, you know, they're willing to do this stuff. And they've talked to us about it.
but the other thing to consider, if Duncan was in control of it or TRN, they could have leases. And then you just have one point person and not someone else. I'm just saying that it is possible, it would make more sense to have TRM be the owner and then have leases with these parties. But you can invest.
County owns the rest of the hangar there, the 42 hangar.
All the T hangars belong to the county. And honestly, the building that's on there now, the big hangar is on county ground.
Yeah, we just own the building, not the underlying property.
Right.
And that's the scenario I'm talking about in the future where another one, kind of like what we had in the third amendment to lease, it could make sense for Duncan to build it and then have leases with everyone. And as one option, I'm not saying you consider all options.
Right.
It's just don't put that off the table.
Oh, no, it's not.
You know the deal, the human being can only handle change so fast.
Mhm.
He's been flying this 5 months without kind of really knowing the deal. Now we've closed on the deal. Now we gotta.
We don't want to scare Stan.
Well, yeah.
Now we gotta articulate to the current team that Stan's doing a good job, that they have a future. We're not gonna cut bait and run now.
No,
They know we're invested, so I like this gentleman's opinion, if we could maybe just wait 6 months and then let's engage some conversations
and I'm
and
not
get this
saying,
wheel
right,
rolling.
yeah. I
But right
wasn't
now,
saying
our
that.
people are kind of like this and we just gotta calm the waters.
I think what we need to look at right now as at this moment, is we have 30 days, 25 days now, to make our decision what we want on,
Right.
on the land that's out there.
That's completely your option to do, and
How many pieces do you have, pieces of property there?
that's appraised in here.
Yes.
This was appraised as part of the loan that Duncan took to buy TRM, so it includes the lease agreement, a value that they ascribe to the ground lease agreement that TRM has. It has a value for the Med Flight house, which is what the county has a right of first refusal on. And then it also appraises the hangar, the big hangar. Just the hangar itself, it's not appraising the property underneath it because we don't own the structure, the fixture.
So how about the fuel tanks and the
No,
fuel
we
delivery?
don't, that was all part of the ground lease, just the value of the ground lease. And all that, my understanding is that's owned by the county,
Well, your tanks, it's in the ground, it's owned by the county.
Those are ours.
Yeah, fuel farms are.
Right, and I think that was probably under the umbrella of the value of the ground lease to us, because that's
Okay,
part of it.
the 3 acres that where the Med Flight house is.
Correct.
How about the other 2 properties that's before?
I don't think that was part of
believe-
the.
No, we did not buy
The
those
two
that are
parcels-
next to it, yeah.
Yeah, the wife's still.
They're under the same people's names.
No, Teresa Parks.
Yeah. I think the
Still in
trust
the
owns
trust.
it now.
It says that the trust still owns the hangar, where the Med Flight's at.
It does. What happened is the right of first refusal wasn't triggered if it was not a third, a arm's length transaction. So they carved out, when Duncan purchased the shares and membership interest, we had to carve out that 3 acres. We couldn't buy that under the shares and purchase agreement because that building is occupied by MedFlight and not by the borrower, and the SBA won't loan on that. So we have a separate purchase agreement with an LLC that we created to buy that for the $265,000 if the county doesn't exercise its right of first refusal. But so right before Duncan bought the shares, they transferred out, the trustee transferred out the 3 lots, including the one that the county has a right of first refusal on. But that transfer didn't trigger the county's right of first refusal because it wasn't for any money. They didn't transfer it for money.
Okay.
So those aren't,
The other 2 are not.
they're not,
They're not
there's actually 3, I think.
There's 3.
There's 2 that are right close to.
Right close to the entrance.
Right.
Where Larry
And then
Cox used to
there's-
live at.
then there's the, Life Lighthouse.
Mhm.
And then there's the one on the bottom that, remember, he wanted to trade us that one for a piece up closer to that drawing that I have in there, I can show it to you.
Were those owned by, that 4th one though wasn't owned by the TRM entity, I don't think.
It may have just been Jim's.
I think it was Jim's. That's why it wasn't part of our contract. But those 2 all 3 of those lots were part of TRM, but
Yeah.
they moved it into the trust.
Right. I'll grab that drawing, I'll show you what I'm talking about.
One thing to consider on that house, if you don't mind me adding, next to that house is a shop. That a lot of our fabrication is done in that shop. So that includes for airplanes and for any construction project that TRM may be working on. So if the county does elect to buy that, it will disrupt our operations to a small degree.
As far as the Med Flight house?
Yeah, on the mid-flight house.
You're talking about the aviation shop? The
Yeah,
little
that's, yeah,
shop,
avionics, yeah.
Avionics
Call it
shop,
the crab shack.
He's got,
which is part of that, yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the, before Jim passed, he had plans. And, sorry, guys.
That's okay.
Can you see it from behind?
So here's Stone Road.
Mhm.
That's the Med-Flight house,
Okay.
okay? And right, a couple years before that, once Med-Flight came into here, the county gave Jim TRM this access here so that the folks in the Med-Flight house could get to the hangar without having to go over that mountain there, that sound barrier that's there. So, and I believe that's the building you're speaking of, right?
Well, that's one of them, but also on the other side of the house, yes.
The garage there.
There.
I thought that was where Med-Flight kept their trauma ambulance.
no. They keep the ambulance, the one SUV, it's, when it's there, it's either parked outside the garage or it's in the big hangar.
So you guys are using this too?
Well, they're using it, they have stuff there, but pretty much, we do our, the dashes in the aircraft, we have to fabricate those, that's in there. So,
That's in the garage?
You can't buy some of those pieces anymore in some of the older aircraft.
Uh-huh.
yeah, we have to make,
So you make them in here?
yeah.
And
What's
maybe
that
the county
for?
would enter into a lease
So what-
agreement with us if they do that.
Oh, absolutely.
So what you're showing me, was this kind of the last, kind of conversation? This is the vision at the time that you and him shared, or Jim?
Jim and I were talking, all of us, and the
Okay.
commissioners, the ones that were here then. This was something that Jim wanted to do, before he passed. So he had purchased these two properties too, and you can see he's asking for an easement here too, because he wanted to build some stuff out here and then go through here to get right to the tarmac, basically.
So you wouldn't have to go back on them, so you
So you
wouldn't
wouldn't have to go out on the road and
through.
back around here to bring trucks and whatever.
If I drive you crazy with questions, just say.
No, you're
because
fine.
I ask a lot of questions, but I don't understand some. So do you feel this was a good vision he had? Do you feel this made sense?
Well, we didn't understand it all, because Jim was kind of private about the things he did. He kind of kept things close to his vest. But he had a drawing of a building here, and I think a lot of it had to do with things that were coming in on bigger planes at night. They wanted to be able to bring more stuff in and store it here and then truck it out of here.
Okay.
And they wanted to be able to go over here to get it and come back over here to store it. And I don't know if I still have that drawing for here. I don't know what his plan for this spot was. Both of these structures are gone now.
Why didn't this need an ingress? What was this function?
Well, it was just, this piece, I believe, is owned by us.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, this is us, this is him. Okay, so there's the property line right there. So this is ours, and he wanted that egress through here so he could get to the tarmac, bring his trucks right over here and not have to go out and around this way.
Sure.
And that was the conversations we were having, and we were really starting to kind of move towards that, I think, and then he got sick.
His idea was one building would have been a crossdock, the other would have been a warehouse, and possibly connected with each other. That way you can bring supplies in on an aircraft for multiple manufacturers of the same part or similar parts, and take them into the crossdock, put them in deliverable quantities, and put them in the warehouse. A truck comes in from the separate entities and rolls them up. So,
Wow.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that. Now I think I'll understand. So, correct me if I'm not getting this. Big plane, Jim's thinking, big plane brings in whatever for Amazon, manufacturing, the car.
Kenworth, a lot of
Yeah,
Kenworth
then
stuff.
that's gonna go in our warehouse, and then the just-in-time trucking picks it up. Right, that was thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
and that's still a feasible idea with the amount of manufacturers we had around this area. I mean, we got a huge General Mills operation in Benton County, Alicio Foods, GE Aviation is down in Peoples. We got some big time manufacturers here that's thousands of people.
And the last question, I was just curious, and maybe you know, or was this in the brain because we're turning planes away, or people were not able to.
No, I don't think,
Something
I think
got
I think he just saw, like all of us are thinking now, this is kind of where we all were, is how do we make this place more usable for what it's built for?
Okay.
You know, it can take some really big planes. And, you know, Kenworth's been flying big planes in there with harnesses for trucks. And they were coming in here at night. I don't know if you guys were unloading them or who was. Right?
Take care of it.
I mean, there was a lot of big planes coming in here, and I think his idea was, how can I get more planes here? How can I get more stuff here? It doesn't have to be just Kenworth. It can be this company and that. Jim's, he was a thinker, man. He knew what he was doing. You met him, you can talk to Jim and you get an hour and a half dissertation about something you didn't even want to hear about, but that was just Jim,
Yeah, good mind.
A lot of good ideas, though.
Yeah. Does the county have a right of first refusal on those two also?
On these two?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so. But he always told me, he said, if something ever happens to me, if this never happens, this property should go with the airport.
It should.
I mean, we don't want somebody coming in there and putting some funky old building in there or something, and I mean, we are in Appalachia.
And that's the other two properties I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
The two right now.
Yeah,
Those two right now. The two to go with the Medcraft.
Right. We did not, they carved that out of our, they transferred that out of TRM before we closed.
Okay.
So we don't own those, but the trust does.
Right, they do.
And so. you have-
And then there's the one on the other side down here too,
We
which
never had any
I don't know
interest,
who that's listed
that's in a
to.
different name.
It's listed in somebody's last name, Miller or something like that.
Yeah, that wasn't ever part of TRM.
Maybe he was gonna buy it and he just never did.
Take care of business, man.
My point being though, with those two buildings, if you guys did exercise that right, we would have to take the fabrication shop and the avionics shop and move that into the hangar in order to stay in business.
We lease it to you.
I was gonna say, let's at least. Yeah, that would be.
I've got a lot of space there in that hangar already.
Hangar 2's supposed to go. You remember, Brad?
Excuse me?
Hangar 2 that he wanted to build, never got built.
I don't know.
So, that way.
Talking about here?
Yeah, I think that was.
That's kind of that raised portion a little bit.
Where was the other hangar gonna go? 'Cause
Well, that's what I just said.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Because he was out there, the one day we was out there, he was wanting that easement to go through that one spot, but he was gonna give us some land that was down on the other end.
So they go.
Then I said, we can't, we don't want that land, there's a swamp.
It is a swamp.
It is a
I
swamp.
think the tiles failed.
It's a swamp.
That's land.
Anybody could have sold it.
I said, there's nothing we can do with that swamp.
Is that like I have land in Florida?
Yeah. But it really was
This
a
is a
swamp.
good idea.
It was really-
Yeah.
Maybe he still wants to do it. Maybe
Well, that-
maybe the estate wants to do that.
And then see this side, I don't have it pulled up, but I can pull it up on there. There were houses there at one time, all the way down through there. The county bought all those
Oh,
houses.
there it is. Track
By
2.
eminent domain or just as they sold?
Good job.
As they sold, the county bought them and the FAA, the FAA is really good about reimbursing if you buy property that's close to the airport. They want the airport operators, airport sponsors to own the property around it.
Which means.
We own all the farmland on the sides of it and, yeah. Plus, we've got about an $18 million sewer project that's gonna start here, that's gonna go all the way down.
I'm wondering about.
That's in the second line.
But can the
I
county
think that was
use
part of the
eminent
fuel
domain
farm.
to take those?
They can, but nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that.
No, I'm just saying, if that sewer comes down though, the price is gonna go
It is.
The value.
Yeah, it will. Well, that's why I think at some point,
Well, no, wait a minute, stop.
that's why I'm glad you're here, we're talking about this, because you guys kind of seem to have the same ideas we do, like we said on the phone yesterday. Just need to figure it out. County has its wants and needs and what they think can happen here. And, maybe we can all do it together.
Yeah.
I think this is a.
Rising tide lifts all boats. That's
Honestly.
my mindset.
But, I mean, we have access to food, they've got a wonderful, we've
Well,
got access to.
it's
It's
also-
on home. I don't know if you watch that TikTok.
Yeah.
I watched this one video. You see
Yeah,
the guy
it's
that
really kind of confusing.
dropped this
Out
little
there, we have like
classified
this.
ad and call it Aviation
Where north is
Magazine,
that? It's like-
Tennessee, and now they have 300 homes, and now they have a housing
No
development called
kidding.
Pilots.
Is that right?
And he basically said, I did not know, but he goes, pilots like to live near their pilots, right?
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, they have a whole housing development
Is that right?
now, and
Now,
it's
on the other
insane.
side, maybe you guys.
Well, we've had local folks that have come in here and said, you know, that all these pilots, all these pilots. What do they tell us? Pilots fly, they want to fly somewhere. It's a destination.
It's like a boat.
Here,
You wanna go, take your boat, have
I
dinner.
won't play the video. Here's the video. Here's the actual website. It's called Fly Fields.
That would be great.
It's a completely living airport place.
I
The
think-
website is just flythefields.com. You're gonna love it after.
I'll check it out. So we have guys that are big into mountain biking here, that have big money,
Yeah.
and they're pilots. And they each own planes, so they're a big deal. And mountain biking is getting to be huge here. I mean, it's huge because we've got what is it, Mount Logan and all these state parks around here, and it's big. So these guys are saying, this could be a destination for that. We've always wanted to have a restaurant or some kind of food source here. Where, you know, because pilots do what they call in flying breakfast. They love that. Go to Urbana. You ever been to Urbana's airport? They got a restaurant that's really close. People from the town go there. It's one of the best restaurants in the
That's
city.
funny, there's a place in Scottsdale, Arizona that's like that, and everybody goes to the airport for breakfast.
That's right.
And you can watch planes come in, it's really.
It is. And we've got a beautiful spot.
You do.
You know, it's a beautiful area.
Well, I remember fueling aircraft on the weekend, and these guys like, yeah, I'm flying Portsmouth to the hamburger.
Right. That is a real thing.
The very first plane trip I took with Steve, that's what we did. We flew that. We flew to Portsmouth to get breakfast.
Right.
Yeah, flying breakfast.
We really just wanna be part of that narrative and encourage the vision.
Well, I think that, you know, we're talking about, there's another, we all wanted to go, and I think we're in the right space.
Well, that's all we have, isn't it? You guys have any other questions?
I'm Ken Kilgore.
Nice to meet you, Ken.
Nice to meet you.
Brad is the brains
Of what?
everything.
Yeah. Wouldn't go that far, brother.
Everything got kind of roots in.
At Duncan, it's, I think our jobs are similar. At
Yeah.
Duncan, it's Ryan has an idea and the two of us have to figure out how to do it.
I got three.
God bless you.
It's one of these things that.
Couldn't work for a better.
It's one of the things, it's either Brad, Kathy.
But we're proud of it. I mean, we're proud of the airport.
It should be.
The guys that have run it have done a great job, you know.
We're just looking to improve it, do a little bit of improvement.
We'll get there. Last week when they said they were shutting off all the federal money, we thought we were gonna lose our grant because that airport is getting,
It's so funny you said
it's
that.
getting milled. The whole runway is getting milled. All the cracks filled or fixed. It gets milled, it gets repaved, it gets grooved, and it also gets 2 blast pads, one at each end. It's about $2.5 million improvement to the airport. It's coming this spring.
That's fantastic.
So funny you said that, because she'll tell you, we had probably 10, doesn't matter, but we had about 10 changes on getting this deal done. He kept us calm. I was about ready to lose it at the end. And then on the way to her office, and I get a notification from my wife, there's no funding. You know, I was saying, I'm like, are you serious?
She had an SBA loan, and so we thought, well, that's an interesting little twist we didn't see coming. But
But we slid.
it turned out SBA loans were exempted, but nobody knew at the beginning, so
Yeah, nobody knew what was.
what that meant.
Yeah, wasn't good.
No, so I also want to say, I appreciate you guys supporting the purchase, and there wasn't any obstacles from the county's side. So from our perspective, thank you.
Yeah, we look for a good partnership going
Yeah.
forward.
I think
I
you,
didn't mean to seem impolite, but
No.
Stan put an idea in my head when we were talking about stormwater runoff over Stone Road that we should probably take care of when we put the new sewer lines in there, so I was just contacting. them.
That's okay.
I gotta do things when I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
we understand.
We live in that world.
I have a question. Is there any future plans of getting fiber optics out there?
We talked
We do
about
some-
that.
There's fiber optic out there. May not be in your building.
No,
No, it's right across the street.
Shut the door.
I'm telling you. We're getting ready to put that
The
sewer line
last
in.
time I talked to Governor, we got stopped down there at the road.
No, yeah.
What did he?
We're getting ready to put that sewer line in.
Yeah.
And all that fiber optics on the other side. In fact, we just had a big conversation. We have a meeting every 2 weeks about this project because we've been working on it for, a year and a half to get it designed and built this, coming this spring. But yeah, we're gonna have to put the sewer line in the road because we can't put it in the easement because there's too much fiber in there. We're afraid we'll dig it up.
Yeah, so we gotta line all the utilities along with the sewer line. That's just gonna prep that area for road.
Yeah, that's our next conversation.
Hotels, restaurants, you'll be swimming in it up there.
Right. Well, and that trailer park down there kind of got cleaned up a little bit.
On the corner, yeah.
Be great development.
Got a new one.
Both of those sewer stations that they have in both of those trailer parks
They're gonna go.
they're gonna go away.
Yeah.
They're gonna go into that pipe.
What I'm thinking is that with that, it's
Well, you know that guy,
building and
he's one of those guys that I talked about that has the bikes, that rides the trail bikes, mountain bikes. That's Nathan Skaggs.
shut the door.
No, I'm opening that door, brother.
That's who owns
He,
all the world.
he bought that off of John Cook.
Uh-huh.
And he and, what's the other guy's name? Jubal Davis, who also owns a plane out there. They own that trailer park together, and we're gonna do away with their stuff. He's got plans to build stuff there and tear that out of there. I don't know how soon it'll happen, but
Hopefully not in the FAA flight plan.
no, let's hope not.
Yeah.
I think he's already noted that. What's going on?
We reviewed that with the board.
There's no camera, right, that the county has, or do they have a camera where if a person in Michigan want to watch planes land?
We don't, but we just talked about that 2 days ago, or last week when we were talking, we were thinking it'd be nice to have one at the tarmac, have one out there that could be pulled up on the website. Yeah, great minds think alike.
Actually, FAA would like that too.
We'd like it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, plus,
Yeah.
we can make sure that people aren't putting school buses in the T hangars or whatever,
Yeah, unusual traffic.
Yep.
I wouldn't be doing my job too if I didn't say, does that be now? You don't even ever have to do it. But 5 years from now, whatever, if the county ever wants to check their fuel purchases or index it or lock it in, we do all that stuff. We can hedge it, we can price it daily or whatever.
Well, I think with an administration change and the events of this past weekend, we're gonna be looking at a lot of attention being paid to airports.
I think so too.
We just gotta be on our toes leaning forward and take it as it comes.
I got a cosmetic question.
I'm a little concerned about that call you got too from that dude at the FAA. And I called Brian and I know he called you, but I'm not happy about that.
Yeah, that was kind of wrong.
Did he
Because
talk to you about this? So he got a call from this guy at the FAA who said that because they hadn't done is it an annual?
Yes.
An annual where they actually fly in, look at the airport, check the slopes and all that. Because they hadn't done it, they were gonna shut down our nighttime flights coming in there. And then they said, well, we got you approved for a 30-day extension. He called you and you said you hadn't heard any complaints, nothing, what they call them, no new anomalies, nothing sticking, no obstacles, anything like that. So they gave us 30 days and I'm thinking, well, if they gave you 30 days on your word, why couldn't they give us 6 months on their word? Because they're telling us now that if they don't get in there in 30 days, they're gonna shut the nighttime flights coming in are down because they can't do their job.
Right.
Wow.
It's the craziest thing I ever heard.
Wow.
Think about setting President Trump a note.
Was it because of weather that they hadn't been there or why?
They just can't get it scheduled, they said.
Well, what the guy said it's because they had equipment failures or something like that. I'm like, why is that my problem?
Right.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna run this up the flag of those staff.
Good.
Because I sit on the Ohio Strategic Airport Planning plan board.
That's good.
I'm the only county commissioner representative on there, so I'm gonna bark a little bit about that and
Yeah.
see if we can get to the bottom of
Yeah.
it from that door.
All right, thank you.
That's good.
Because that just stinks. I mean, that's, their mistakes are emergency.
Yeah.
That's no good.
Crazy, I never heard anything like that one before.
Incompetence.
So one of our goals is we gotta figure a way to get Taylor Swift to land at that airport.
You're right.
That generates some publicity.
Swifties will be coming out of the woodwork.
I need to arrest her before we do that. We can work, arrest her's the easy part for us.
Swifty burger.
I would say this, guys, if it means anything to you, because I've just been hanging out for 6 months there, a couple days a week, but when an airplane comes in, I will say that the people that TRM had there, Stan, Dan, Ron, Dan Andrews, all of those guys, they are fantastic when somebody hits the ground and they take care of their every needs. And I don't think you could ask for better ambassadors than what you have out there, to be very honest with you. I say that now because of coworkers with me, but before I would have said it 6 days ago, just because I've seen it, it's real.
We know that. Customer service means so
Yeah,
much.
yeah,
And it's an extension of the hospitality business.
It really is.
If
Yeah.
you're gonna be in a bad mood or a bad ambassador,
Right, yes.
you're gonna take care of your busyness, that's for sure,
Yeah.
in a bad way.
Yep. And from the outside looking in, I really think the avionics piece is where we can really target to grow, because there's not a lot of runs left in the United States.
No, there aren't.
Yeah, I think you can count them on your fingers and toes, and we should take advantage of that.
We can build something so unique that it can be talked about.
And Ron wants to teach what he knows to the younger kids.
That's saying that, I was so happy to hear that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is really, you know, you've got a lot to do with the kids learning jobs and stuff in this community. We've got a great, you know, Pickway Ross Vocational School. I mean, if Ron wanted to teach kids to do that, man, that's great, because Ron's not gonna be there forever.
No.
And you get some of these other people certified to know what he knows, man.
Yep.
You got,
Just do the ambulance.
that's what I'm telling you, right?
Exactly.
Same way with the mechanic stock shop too, you know?
So we just hired a young man, his name is CJ. CJ doesn't know it, but he's gonna get a college education for free,
Good for him.
just by working with Ron.
CJ would do better than his college graduate buddies.
He will.
5 years.
He will.
Right, yeah,
We need more
absolutely.
CJs.
I'm proud of that too.
Where'd you find him? Is he a local kid?
Yeah, he actually, a friend of mine's son. He's
What's his last name?
oh, shoot.
Some
Fassel.
Fassel? Fassel?
He has the cigar shop.
Oh, the guy right over here on Second Street.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he said, you know,
Cigar shop and laser tag. It's a
Yes.
novelty, man.
And bourbon.
yeah,
Well, you know, we lost Fenton, who was managing all the grounds. We
Yeah.
lost him, but we hired a new kid, and think he's gonna be as good, if not better. I don't know if he's quite got the personality yet Fenton had, but he's awfully good.
yeah,
We just hired him.
yeah, Fenton was.
CJ is a very intelligent kid, so I'm pretty high on him.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
He's hungry.
Is he?
Yes, he is.
That's
Very
good.
hungry. He wants to learn. He said he wants, because he worked with his dad. They did Kohler generators for like
Oh, yeah.
prisons and hospitals and that type of thing. He was a project manager, and he just wasn't happy because there was no growth potential. I said, "Oh, we'll plant you right here in fertilized soil, and you can grow all you want."
You talk to any pilot that goes in and out of there that knows Ron,
Oh yeah,
they're gonna say how lucky that kid is to be learning from him. Because everybody knows that guy that knows anything about avionics.
So we sent Ron and Ryan to Bell Helicopter School, basically, so because Club Scops was one of our contracts.
Yes, yeah.
Just bought that Bell.
Yep.
Ron actually fixed their simulator.
There's no one that can fix it, but Ron fixed it.
Ron fixed it.
That's when you know you got the right guy.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
It's been a long time since the FBO's been kind of freshened up on the inside. Any plans of,
We can.
yeah,
Yeah.
the blinds are starting to fall apart.
Why don't you make me a list?
Okay.
Make me a list. I got your list for the flag.
Yeah, gotta keep that good.
Well, anything else we got to cover today? Anything you want me to speak on, Duncan, any questions? If not, I'm okay.
I think that's it.
Okay, well, appreciate you coming in and good, we got some things nailed down and some directions cleared and
I know one thing that that Ryan talked, meeting regularly, like meet as often as you want to kind of discuss plans, whatever.
Yeah.
So he's completely open to that.
Yeah, I just don't want to overstep my bounds, so I need a little guidance from you guys, but Stan's right, I'll meet as often as you want.
all right, good deal.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Nice meeting you.
I'm sorry. I'm reading, I'm trying to read this lawyer stuff. I'm trying to read this lawyer stuff.
Nice to meet you.
Just give me the black and white, give me the short version of, yeah, we.
Well, I don't.
Thanks for having us.
I'm sorry.
Michelle.
Michelle.
Nice to meet you.
Right.
Oh, okay.
That's the purchase price.
We got that view up back.
Okay, well, I was just, it's not, I mean, it's not gonna be one of these things where.
Florida and doing part-time.
Well, this is not the price, because I will say people should have $50,000.
Oh, no.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, yeah.
The same terms that we have exactly. There's no
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be around.
So it's in decent condition, but I mean, it's.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just, that might open that you guys are gonna.
You need to get away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you need to.
My kids
But I do it.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at. You know, I'm happy with now. I have a few. I'm literally at the base of
You guys are using
It's nice meeting you. I'm reading some business cards here with.
No.
Here's a copy of the.
Not that day, no, but he was so, he was so interesting.
Yeah, well, I just think that, you know, Toby Hill.
Yeah.
He's got a place in Davenport, Davenport, Iowa, so it's a little bit different.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's got a place down there that, just asking. So, not to buy, but to use, you know.
Yeah.
So he's carving a week or two a year.
I think that's all you need.
Yeah.
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 Insurance.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of places available, more to rebuild.
Oh, yeah. I still will.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. All right, my friend, good to see you.
See you,
Yeah.
man. Give Chris my best,
I
okay?
will, sure will. No, we,
Thank you. Great day.
I got a guy on the weekend.
Oh, no.
We got it down here too.
Good, good, how you doing?
Better than
We're still up here, but I think we're ready to, adjourn the meeting.
Yeah.
Lane looking good, everything's hanging out there. Send me a list on that. Thank you, sir. Good to see you, buddy.
Okay. All right, yeah, we'll be here. Okay, thanks.
Hello, good man. Are we still live?
Yeah, we're still live. Jeff wants to come up and talk about something.
All right, I would. No, he's on, he's gonna be, is it Jeff from downstairs or Jeff from over there?
Jeff, no,
Oh, okay.
we already did our thing for you.
Oh, I know, I need Brad now.
Oh, what'd you need, buddy?
Did
Did Eric get a hold of you?
Today?
Insurance guy?
Yeah, I called him Friday
Okay,
and, he's working on everything.
Okay.
We should be good to go there.
okay.
I need something. I might left my car, but,
Jim Good.
basically I need,
Hello, my brother. How are you?
Put this on the desk.
What do you got? Oh, man, you're the greatest.
we don't go there real quick. You want to?
That's fine. No, that's fine.
Okay.
We're going down Saturday. We're down Saturday.
They got, him just came in and Jeff Leonard's coming up.
Why and why? That's what I had to do.
I got a big cup over there.
Yeah, we're working on that. Yeah, that's project.
Okay. At $2.5 million. What can they be taken out of the carryover like that? Would that be the simplest thing?
And so the LCMB building and all that, we don't have to do that?
Because that's, in my opinion, what that is for, that carryover is for. What we say we was doing? Jordan's here and who else?
Jeff Leonard's coming. I thought that's what you needed.
No,
One would ask about.
I had him, I asked him to check on something about this stuff.
Oh, yeah, he wants to talk about that. That's what he's coming up.
Okay. Cause he's saying that the piggyback tax is like $6 million. 5% is about $6 million. And out of that $6 million, the county would get the county engineer would get 50% of it. So he's getting $3 million a year.
Yeah.
Well, my roads ought to be hell, a lot better than what they are now, man.
Well, yeah.
We get an extra $3 million.
But, you know, how much is that costing them?
Well, no, that's just costing, but.
There's some Dunkin' Oil's name on it and stuff. Did you see who was the company that owns the house?
I tell you who owns the house, it's right here. That's who owns the house in the other two lots.
That's the trust.
Yeah.
Right. But they just closed on that. And
I
now,
looked at the Ogden website, it still says January 27th.
now that's the buyers. That's who owns it now. Not Dunkin' Oil, it's 1498 Stone Road LLC. That's their own limited liability corporation.
Well, how can they call it?
Well, they can call it whatever they want.
Hell, that's it, huh?
She said they couldn't buy it over there.
That's Dunkin' Oil?
Yeah. But they had to develop an LLC to do it. Because they couldn't get a loan. Because
That's why I got that. Well, that's why my hair turned gray, I'm bald, my hair's falling out.
All right, we're still live and on Memorex here.
Well, I think that was a really good conversation. And I think you guys handled it perfectly in terms of like being willing to explore opportunities. I've been thinking about it. You know, there's the whole thing that the county has all these revenue streams that it did 30 years ago, like casino tax, pilot payments, all that. I don't know if that's the case for the townships or not. I assume that the townships have opportunities today that they didn't many years ago. And maybe that's part of how we ended up where we are on this. You know what I mean? Do either of you know that?
Just the solar farm, I was kind of taken aback at what little that they said they were getting out of, well, it was,
But the problem with the solar thing, they didn't, a Green Township probably gets $45,000 a year, or maybe less than that.
that's what I'm saying.
From out there.
From
Just-
159, right? Or Yellowbud.
Yellowbud.
Yellowbud?
But I think the thing is the school's getting most of that money.
I think that's, I mean, those are in the.
Yeah, the schools get, and the township are not, doesn't get that much money.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And that's the same thing with the lottery tax and stuff like that. Everybody thinks there's a whole lot, but it's not.
Well, I'll give you an example. So there's the county general fund money, which we talked about, that goes to the townships. That's the one that's been held flat for many years now. But, you know, we do 3 ACH payments to each of the townships every month. One is local government funds. That's not what it used to be. One is a motor vehicle and gas tax. And the legislature did raise the gas tax 6 or 7 years ago, something like that. So I think they're getting more from that than what they used to. And then there's that permissive tax, which is the motor vehicle titles that the townships have the opportunity to increase. I don't know yet how that compares to where it was 20 years ago. So I bring it up only because if the commissioners want to continue to support from the general fund to the townships and then increase that, that's good, and that's part of the conversation. But one thing to think about is what their other revenue streams are and how they compare to where they did.
I agree with that. Yeah, we need to know the whole picture before we go jumping off a ledge.
I know they lost, within the last 4 years, they lost money that they could use to pave roads. I know that the state or federal government has cut that completely out.
What's that, CDBG?
Yeah, CDBG, whatever it was. It cut that completely out.
Well,
it was one of the things that they just said, here, this year you're gonna get this much money.
They can improve roads, they just can't pay for it.
Can't pay for it.
You know, if you don't know, you can't play. And I had so many programs come up in OVRDC and other avenues that pave roads, that have grant money to pave roads. We need to get that in front of them first, because I guarantee you, they're not applying for it.
Yeah, I
They don't know about it, they're not gonna apply for it.
Well, the one guy, they said that they still have that money carried over.
Yeah. This guy right here.
For paving.
Yeah.
Well, I think to start the conversation is a good thing. I think to look for a way to provide additional support is a good thing. But there's another side of it that we got to make sure that they're presenting to us exactly what the needs are. Similar to the conversation we had with the Veterans Service Commission. It's like, okay, if you have a need, we can help with it, but let's see what the need is first. And I really have no idea.
Because that'll regulate the percentages we give to each county. We'll give them proportionally enough to get the job done, or as much as we can cover to get the job.
The trustees will know.
Is that a gift or is that a loan? We have to look at several variables here. I want to help them, but I'm not going to reap the bank to do it.
The trustees will know.
Appropriate things.
And Charlie will know where the needs are.
Yeah.
But I just think about after we left, and it's like, okay, this is a good thing, and it's a good thing to talk about, but let's keep it focused on need is the thing I would say. Because I just don't know what those are.
Well, see, that's all, I'm thinking, here's a thing that's dated in 1979.
Yeah.
Am I gonna have a trustee come back and say, I want that money back paid to me from 1979?
I'll give you guys an example.
You guys have been collecting since 1979. I want all the money that's been collected It goes to the township from 1979.
Another example around that page is, what is it, 2% to the health district?
Yeah,
according to that?
2% to health district.
Jerry and I were talking about this, is that the health district is so heavily grant funded now. Is maybe that's part of the reason why the health district doesn't get that anymore. You know what I mean? So I just don't know the history of it enough to have really strong opinions. So let's really dial in on the needs.
I think we need to assess the whole distribution.
Yeah.
And refactor that so the money's going to the best use.
I
If we do it.
came in here this morning, I was gonna rescind this. And it'd be done and over with. Rescind that 79-38, 138.
Well, what if you find out that that was done in 1986?
Well, see, that's what I said, I don't know. We don't know if it, you know.
Yeah.
They said that the money was coming and then all of a sudden it stopped.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Tell me something legally, that, you know, if the voters vote for something, and that's what I heard them say today, that it was passed by the voters.
The piggyback tax was passed by the voters.
Okay, so how do the commissioners have the authority to cancel that?
They didn't cancel the piggyback, not the big, they canceled this.
They canceled what?
They canceled the agreement between, I guess if they took, they
Oh,
canceled.
so
the
they
agreement
continue
between-
to collect, I got you. So they continue to collect the tax.
Right.
They just canceled the agreement to give it to the townships or
Correct.
whatever.
And the
But I would
township.
have thought that would have been part of the,
Well,
what you voted on.
The way that Jim said,
the missing part is 79-137. We
Yeah.
haven't seen that.
we don't know what 79 was.
And this,
Well,
the
it's in that book
138
right now.
reverse.
How far is the back?
Where's the resolution? So
Have you seen it? Have you seen
Well,
it?
no, but I pulled out 79, whatever the other one was.
138.
138.
the commissioner's resolution said the formula is that X percent's gonna go here, X percent's gonna go there. But all the citizens voted on was the tax.
They voted on the tax.
They didn't vote on the percentages, how it was to be.
No.
That wasn't in the language when they
No.
voted.
I wouldn't think so.
Well,
because-
sometimes it is.
Well, because
Oh, yeah,
when they,
I get that.
the way I took it is,
yeah. Kathy may be able.
is the county commissioners put it up for a vote and it failed. Then the county commissioners went to the trust, that's why I take it from Jim, they went to the trustees and that's the trustees to back it. And it's when they said, if you back it, this is what we'll give you.
Well,
Uh-oh. You digging something?
This is what Jim brought in today. And I don't think there's a resolution.
Well, if it's in one of those books, we can look at it. I mean, and just like you said, Jeff, I mean, if it was passed,
179,
there should be
136,
documents that say, here's what you voted.
137.
and 137, they're both here.
Both there?
Yeah.
What's that one
Is
say?
137 the levy?
It just says 137 and 11.
Yeah, it is.
That'll tell us something. Is that 0.5% on the sales tax?
I think to try to piece together something that took place from before I was born.
Same thing, I kept that, yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure how productive that is, but if everybody agrees that the county
should do it
can
now.
and is willing to provide some additional support, I think that's where the focus of the conversation should be, my opinion. And then it's okay, if that's the case, let's figure out what the needs are, you know? And I think that's the way to be most productive on this.
So I think if we understand what went wrong with this one, we can avoid that from happening again too.
And I think,
These seats are gonna change to other people.
and I think what's gonna happen is even if we ask them what their needs are, they're gonna say, my needs is 13%.
Well, I guess where Charlie can help is that Charlie knows these roads and knows where the problems are, and he can kind of guide the process.
I can almost, the trustees are gonna say, my needs is at 13%, I want my 13%.
Well, then that's for you guys to figure out.
And then, you know, the trustees get 13%, but then how you divide that 13% into 16 townships?
Yeah.
Is it an equal part?
Yeah, that's gonna, you're gonna have to rate the roadways, and that's a huge project.
Well, I don't know, we're not gonna solve that today, but a focus on need, I think, is the way to approach this.
And we'll get that from the first meeting.
All right, thank you.
Hey, before we go, I've got a transfer of funds request here for the Medicaid sales tax into the general fund for $1,335,000. Is that where it goes anyway? Is this academic or is this part of the restitution for the JFS? Because that was one of your recommendations on resupplying the general fund.
I did recommend, are you guys adopting this?
I want to know the reason for that. Is that a normal course of business we do every year? Smooth the Medicaid tax into the general fund?
No, that money,
Part of the restitution that we have to decide on.
so that money's been held as revenue, but it hasn't been used. I gotta ask Jerry about this, because did you guys request this?
No, it ended up on our stack of transfers, and we stopped when I recognized the number was the same as something we hadn't decided on.
When the,
So if you want to take it back down to Jerry, that's fine.
I'll come back.
Okay.
Thanks. I did recommend this, but I
Yeah,
can't
that
make
was
it happen. Only you guys can make it happen.
You need a yes or a no.
Yeah, we didn't.
based on that.
Okay, I'll come back.
Mr. Wheeler, how you doing?
Doing great.
Good.
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 I do the B and B proposal, so that's why I had to talk to Brad about.
You
I
all
just got a
set for that?
confirmation. What's that?
You all set for that?
Paperwork done. I'm just fine tuning everything and, I just got the, notification from, our insurance, provider. And we'll be covered. It's all in the state's hands after Friday.
Okay.
So Friday is when it's due. We'll find out sometime in March, about our score. I think that's like a contested portion of it where you can say, hey, we didn't fill this out right. We want to submit amendment to it. And then by sometime in April, we'll know if we're going to get awarded it. And we got to be open for business in June.
Hello.
How are you? But I just wanted to thank you guys for signing the resolution this morning.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on,
Hey,
buddy?
by the way, you're moving out of the title office?
Well, maybe. If
If this goes through?
this goes through, we'll talk about how to position everything over there.
Okay.
I want a one-stop shop, but we'll have to see how the state defines what I can and can't do.
Well, we were talking with Mark Thompson, EMA.
Yeah.
And I'm not real comfortable with where they're at. And its ability to survive a storm.
Right.
You have a crisis control center. It needs to be pretty stable.
Right.
So, with the bulletproof glass and all that stuff in the title office, we were thinking about a swamp.
Yeah.
And you could use that for storage upstairs there.
Okay.
So I just wanted to run that by you. And we said something else.
Yeah, like I said, if we get the award, I want one-stop shop, B&B title, all of that. So if the state will allow me to do that, that's what I will do.
Okay.
All right.
I want to come visit over there and take a look around. I haven't done that.
Oh, yeah, come on.
Did you check with the,
Have a good one.
not having that up there?
Good.
The thing that you had Christopher cover to?
Oh, the school?
Yeah.
No, we thought about having enough schools, but I think we're gonna have it in town.
Okay.
Well, they don't put you down now.
At Frankfurt?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be in the, Presbyterian Church. Their meeting room. That's what Patty said. So it's been-
In the back room. In the back.
The other, yeah, the bill. So you can.
That's what I went to kindergarten.
See, Jeff.
That's what I went to kindergarten at.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah, the building behind the church,
Yeah.
I went to kindergarten.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, it was the hardest 4 years of his life.
It was- And right across from that is an old gas station.
Yeah.
Sheriff's department in that building now. Well, no, the fire department.
I talked to Zell a little bit about, is it Zell or Nick? Morton?
Yeah.
I talked to him a little bit about that, but it was proven to be pretty hard to schedule all the schools and the, out into the villages and townships, so.
I was just thinking about the schools, it'd be bigger, you can use that lobby area,
Lots.
soon you walk in the back door by the gym.
Well, I mean, the Patty's good with it. I'm
A
good with
lot
it.
of the stuff is still.
We can always change it.
Yeah, so that, I wasn't thinking about it, I was just, that, where the churches would be pretty
Does that mean, you think that'd be a good one?
Yeah.
Okay.
good. 'Cause like I said, I'm in school, I'm in kindergarten.
Are we gonna
No,
stay live or
Guys, you wanna be in executive session or work session?
work session?
Okay.
All right.
the other people that was up here today, they was talking bad about you.
We were at the, commissioners.
Oh,
meeting at
pickpockets.
134. Go into a work session. Want to turn that off?
You not turn that on?
No.
I don't either.
There's Brad, he does.
Hey, we're one of the work sessions.
No, I don't know.
See where it says end stream there?
Oh, I see.
Okay.
There we go. It's the button right in front of you.